Okay, my internet was just fine, and now it's decided to start acting up now that I'm actually going live. Alright. Uh, so first things first, I'm gonna start putting out these, paper towels that I think my mother-in-law gave us. I don't know where she gets them, but they are the cheap kind, what you would find at your average restaurant that is not fancy. I don't need to put these down everywhere. I wouldn't be too bummed if this altar cloth got a little bit of paint on it. That's fine by me. So this is a paint by numbers kit. Let me show you what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to look like that, more or less. However, I have, like, so here's the paints that came with it. I have these paints that I also got on clearance. And I'm also going to try to make it a little bit more colorblind friendly. So I'm changing around some of the paint. For example, let me get all these out of the way. So this dark purple right here, which is supposed to be like the background and the lining and everything, I've replaced that with white. This ceramic white, which I've already gone ahead and painted about as much of that in as I can stand. It's hard to see right now, but you can kind of tell when the light catches it, just based on the gloss, like where I've painted. I painted 2 or 3 coats, just because, like, oh man, and there are still places where I can see, like, the numbers peeking through. Such is life. Okay, so now let's see. I did some paint swatches also. So these are the shiny things that I'm interested in, as well as the red ceramic. And then these are all of the colors that came with the kit. Just a second, we have a surprise guest. Yeah. I'm gonna let her be here right this second. Because we're not actively painting yet, but this is not a good place for Kitty. Yeah, she does not like it when we are not center of attention. Okay, so, just so everyone's aware, I personally am not actually colorblind, but my best friend Laika is. Like, completely red-green colorblind. 100%. It's like a problem. She was right by, my cat was right by the microphone when she meowed, so y'all really got, like a crisp sound of that. But, anyway, so, Laika is completely colorblind. And I have made, like, the character of the Sealy Court official, because it's a character blog, the character is colorblind. So in the interest of that, I'm doing my best to like make this a lot more colorblind friendly. So we have this, I've labeled all of the colors as well. It's a little hard to see, but the light burnt orange is different enough from this sort of medium burnt orange that the values are going to be clear enough. But there's this mulled scarlet right here, which is red, and it's a bit of a mid-tone that if you are colorblind, I feel like it would blend in with this medium orange right here. So I'm pretty much not going to use that. Firstly, I don't really enjoy the color, but secondly, since I've used white instead of this purple background color, I'm going to use the purple instead of that because it's a lot darker and it's going to show up a lot better for people who have color blindness. And then I think so I'm of 2 minds about this, because I have all of these nice shiny shimmers. I definitely want to use the nice shiny shimmers, but I think for the sake of consistency, I should mix in the shimmer like right away when I start using the color. The other option would be to go back in with like a wash after the fact to like, you know, paint it, say this dandelion color, put all the dandelion color down, and then go back in with the gold shimmer over it. But that's not going to be as consistent as if I just like mix it from the get-go. So I think I've convinced myself, and I think that that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mix it from the get-go. Just hope there's not going to be a problem, because I think these are acrylic paints. And then these... Oh, no, wait, no, I did look it up. These are fine to mix. Solvent-based colors for decoration. Clean brushes with turpentine substitute. Okay, so I do have a little thingy-bajiggy of water, but I don't think that's going to be very helpful. I'm going to go ahead and get this out of the way. And then I want you all to be able to actually see what I'm working on, so I'm going to work on this corner to start with. And let's see, what's a good... You know what, I think I'm actually going to start at the center and then work my way towards the corner, so that I'm not like if I paint the corner and then I try to paint in, like I'm gonna smudge it, I'm gonna put my hand in it, it's gonna be bad. So I'm gonna actually start more towards the center and work my way out. So let's see what's towards the center. That is number 4, which is our dandelion color, which I want to mix. We have 2 different gold shimmers. And I think I'm going to go with the lighter gold shimmer, and I'm going to use this darker bronzy gold shimmer with the orange color instead. I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's see. This is going to be our gold Prisma. Got to give it a good shake. And you know what? Before I get too involved, let's go ahead and... I got this from the hardware store. I gotta pour myself out a little glass. See the little glass? This is actually a candle holder. I just wanted like little small glasses that I wasn't going to use for anything I was going to drink. Because while mineral spirits are not as they're not as powerful as turpentine, it is oh wait, I'm supposed to shake that up before I pour it. 1 second. Because it like settles. It's got particulates. Yummy. That's what good dick sounds like. Okie dokie. There's our little candle holder of mineral spirits. Vin's oil-based paint. Good. Okay. And then let's go ahead and set this out. Set my little brush holder. Y'all can't see too much of this, but I gotta set my little brush holder over here. Let's make sure I have that right there. And then we are going to start. 1 second, I have to... Oh, that is still so fucking painful. Oh, God. Oh, man. You know what? I'm gonna take an ibuprofen. I'm not sponsored, but I should be. Oh, man. I wrote some poems about it, but whenever I sneeze, it feels like, oh God, I have such a stitch in my side. Okay. Is the light actually making this worse? No. Okay. Let's see. Can I kinda... I wish it was like a warmer light, but it is what it is. I can't really do much about this. Okay, Oh, no. I have a stitch as in like Like, I just have, like, a tight muscle. I don't know a better word for that. Like a pull, maybe, or a sprain. But no, like a metaphorical stitch. Okay, this needs to be shaken up real good. Oh, yeah, I actually just got my stitches removed the other day. And there was apparently, the nurse that did it, I knew that he was, like, new to it. But he apparently, like, it was really bad. My doctor was, like, so mad about it. Okay, so I'm gonna use this big flat brush to mix up some of this Prisma paint. Oh, we're having some internet hiccups, such as life. And then we're just gonna kind of goop quite a bit of it into here. I don't want to mix it because this Prisma paint is a lot more expensive, and it's gonna make for some really good washes. My girlfriend's gonna get back into like miniature painting, so I don't want to get the cheapo acrylic paint into there. So I'm just kind of doing my best. Oh, caveat, part of the reason that I was clarifying was actually because I did confuse my doctor when I was talking about it. But she is Indian, like from India. And so, like, that on top of the fact that, like, you know, you want to be very clear in a medical context. So, yeah, that's part of why I was a little quick to make sure that I was not misconstrued. Pips, I swear to God, no. No. Not right now, baby love. Go on, get off of the desk. My high-pitched squealing confused the shit out of her. She is a lot less interested than she was a few seconds ago. She's like, "Oh, sorry." Okay, so let's stir this around a little. I maybe overfilled it a little bit. She wants to paint too. Why am I oppressing her? Why won't I let her express herself? Truly one of the most problematic things I've done. Pips! She's trying to climb on... My girlfriend's desk is right next to my desk, and she's trying to climb on my girlfriend's desk. As a way to like, I won't notice, I guess, if she starts from over there or something. It's not true. Definitely noticed. Okay, just trying to make sure, because I don't want to have too much streaking. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I really shouldn't be, but I want to try to stir this up real good. This is just going to add a nice shimmer. She will paint. I cannot keep her creative spirit down. She is like Rapunzel from Tangled. Ooh, the agony. Everyone want to be my friend and me. Let's go ahead and rinse this off. Oh, hey, Caveat. You're really quiet, and I don't think I turned on my desk. Okay, now...
I haven't said anything.
Oh, okay. I heard you make a little bit of a noise.
That was just my microphone on creepy. Don't worry about it.
Okay, just a second. I think you're turned down a little too low for stream to hear you. Can I get a nice good chuckle? No, speak normally.
No. No, that doesn't work.
Alright. There. I hope we're balanced. You might be a little bit quieter than me, but that's okay because I'm more important.
That is true. I'm not the one painting.
And now my mineral spirits have gone from white to slightly yellow. If it's slightly off yellow, it looks like cream.
Oh, cream. The cats will try to eat that, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, they are dumb animals who do not know that, like, the world is full of pain because I have protected them from this truth. Which is, like, honestly, I understand now, like, as an adult, why why people consider animals to be like their babies.
Yep.
Pretty much because of that exact sentiment. But yeah, she is actively currently trying to eat the side of my girlfriend's desk, and that's okay, because try as she might, I don't think she's getting through that metal. Alright, and then... Oh! Okay, no, that's just like a little flake of paint. I was like, did I spill some? No, it's just a little flake. Okie dokie, well, no time like the present. Let's get one of our brushes out and then soften the bristles with some of the mineral water. So, caveat, how's the wife and kids?
Dead and divorced.
at your young age.
The years ain't been kind.
God. Trying not to block everyone's view of the paint going onto the canvas. Pips, I swear to God, I'll take you back to the baby store.
The baby store.
That's where I got her. The ASPCA runs a baby store. It's full of babies. Oh my God, literally, my girls were the last two left. I got them in April of 2020. And when I went to apply to get a cat, there were only 3 cats in the whole fucking thing. And they were like my 2 girls, and then there was like a 7-year-old calico named Daisy. And, you know, I applied and I was like, just give me a cat. But because of the pandemic and everyone was actually, like, at the time there was actually a stay home deal going on. The ASPCA was basically just out of cats. Like, it was literally only a bonded pair and a 7-year-old cat that were left. And I ended up with the bonded pair. I think part of the reason that they hadn't got adopted sooner, because they'd been in foster care for at least 4 months, according to their records, is because Aces is incredibly neurotic and will not... Like, for the first 2 weeks I had her, I couldn't find her.
Oh.
She would just hide. She's a lot better about it now, though. And, like, it's not that I let them outside. They've never been outdoor cats. They do not know... Like, Aces won't even go outside when I try to take her outside, like, on a harness. Like, Pips, like, explores and eats grass and, like, plays a little bit. And then she's like, well, I'm overstimulated. Take me back in. Aces, one, hates the harness. And then, like, the second I take her out there, she just, like... is not impressed and then wants to go back inside. My own chat is turning against me. They demand I let the cat paint. God, were it not that this paint is not good for cats, I would definitely let her help. is kind of goopy. Oh, I have a stew making. Do you want to see pictures?
A stew.
Yes, I chopped up vegetables and put them into a crock pot.
Fascinating. I am a great enjoyer of vegetables and other objects.
I'm gonna go post it in stream live blogging. No, actually, I'm gonna put it into the food channel, delicious food channel. But then I will also link it in chat here. Where the hell is the food channel? I know it's somewhere. Oh, it's under arts. That's right. Hey, Tewa.
Yeah.
You have already seen this picture of a stew, Tara. Because I already sent it to the goop chat with the preservationists, which you are one of am. One of the upsides of the camera being pointed so that y'all can't see my face right now, besides like I won't get removed from Twitch for showing off my tits, is that I do not have to be self-conscious about the fact that I like stick my tongue out while I'm doing art. Like I kind of chew on my tongue, think really hard. So, how's the weather been treating you?
Me, I haven't been outside in like a week.
Oh god, mood. Played any good...
I woke up at 9 p.m. today.
Oh, at 9 p.m. What time is it over there?
It's 11 p.m. now.
Wild. Did you at least eat something?
I have a lasagna next to me. However, my body has not decided it wants it yet.
Mood. I got prescribed I got prescribed an antidepressant.
Oh, rad.
Yeah, I know. It's a little wild to me, apparently. It really put into perspective, like, how depressed I am, because it was, like, my first appointment with my doctor, and she was like, let's get you on an SSRI or an SNRI. Do you have a preference? And I was like, I haven't been medicated since I was 13, and she was like, okay. God. Somebody, like, started a fight with me the other day online, and then was like, I have anxiety, and I was sitting here like, bitch, I run, like, the Sealy Court official blog. Do you think I'm not... Do you think I'm normal?
Like... At this point, I can't imagine assuming someone else isn't as fucked up. Like...
Especially on Tumblr.
When I encounter anyone, I immediately assume there's something horribly wrong with them.
In this post-pandemic world, quote,
None of us are normal, and those of us who have managed to be normal
are the weirdest.
Are not normal in that they don't feel anything.
They're the weirdest ones. The ones that are, like, first of all, like, me saying post-pandemic is, like, tongue-in-cheek, because 3,500, like, people in America are still dying every week. But, sorry, not to be a Debbie Downer. Like, yeah, if you're not weird, that actually is, like, a red flag for me.
Yeah, like... If you're not outwardly weird, that means there's something internally or so wrong with you that you haven't processed any of this and been irreversibly changed by it.
Yeah, like you're either locked up in your own ego in a way that like I don't want to really deal with, or like your fucked upness is so fucked up that you have to put on this mask of complete normalcy, and I don't like that. I don't trust like that. I'm not saying everybody has to wear their diagnoses on their sleeve, but at the very least, just like, I don't know, shake my hand weird. Give me a sign. Blink twice. I don't know.
In my opinion, there are two valid options. One, it fucked you up, so now you're just like neurodivergent or something,
Mm-hmm.
which is fine. People are just like that. Two, you become an eccentric and use that to deal with it.
Yes. If you have a weird hobby, like, that's enough.
I think the only way you can properly deal with such circumstances is by becoming a little bit freaky.
Let it change you. Become weird. It's okay. Like, especially since I got hit by that fucking semi truck. Like,
Yeah.
I just do you have any idea? Like, you knew me before, so you know that like I already didn't care about like capitalism and money and like impressing people and da 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 da
Yeah.
da. But like now even more so. God, like my priorities are different. Even when I do argue with people online, it's like because I'm a tiger pacing their cage, you know? I don't actually care. I taught myself how to cable knit. That was pretty much like the first thing I did once I was out of the hospital. That scarf is coming along really nicely. I might work on it a little bit if my wrist starts to hurt too much from doing this.
I taught myself how to exhaust myself via sleeping.
Oh god, I hate getting overtired. That shit sucks. What ads? Okay, I have this little ring now that I need to paint, but I think instead of painting the full ring, I'm just gonna paint like the easier half. Hopefully that'll be okay. Beep. Man, I'm just thinking about because I kind of pre-worked on this piece by painting in like all of the lining. I painted it in white, and I'm just imagining if I had done that on stream. Could y'all imagine just watching me paint white on white for like, God, that must have taken a cumulative like 5 hours.
Oh, yeah.
So I had to do several coats. That would be an exercise in like group meditation. And this is already pushing that. Tara said, Lake Mojave Historical Preservation Society motto: be more weird and unsettling. You don't have a choice. You don't have a
Yeah.
choice. Gotta do it. Or my cats will be very upset with you. So, have you been weird and unsettling lately? I bet you have.
Me? Yeah.
Yeah, I went to the grocery store today. It was great. Just have like, cause like I'm not wearing gauze or anything on my head wound right now, and the stitches are out, and there's just like a chunk of my scalp missing.
Most of the like weird and unsettling parts of my persona are like mostly under wraps and only appear when scrutinized.
Hmm.
Otherwise, it just looks like I'm stupid, which is also true, but
Yeah,
reductive.
but like, you know, a lot of the times I wish I was more stupid.
Same.
I was definitely like the smart kid growing up that does you no fucking favors. And like now I'm a lot more okay with like admitting when I don't know things, and I'm a lot more okay with like people thinking that I'm kind of dumb. It's just another one of those things.
I mean, I'm stupid partially on purpose.
Can I wipe this up a little?
It's more fun like this.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I can kind of neaten that up with a dry brush, so that's good to know.
I've managed to find a weird middle ground between like bothersomely pedantic and hilariously stupid.
The best one of my favorite jokes is when somebody is like being a pedant but they're wrong.
Yeah.
It's funnier when you can do it on purpose. And like laugh about it with everyone.
One of my favorite things is making a hilariously like aggressive platitude and then immediately following it up with a worse one.
Can I have an example?
One time, and this actually caused like a 3-month feud between me and another person that is now resolved, even though we're still like aggressive towards each other in a slightly friendlier way, just because we digress a lot in terms of like taste. We were talking about the video games as art debate, kinda, in a sense, but this was mostly just them riffing on me not liking rhythm games.
Okay.
I said, oh yeah, like, you can't really define art because art isn't real. And when I heard them breathe in, I said, yeah, like gender.
God.
And did not elaborate. And this pissed them off so much.
I actually have a really good friend who like one of the first times they were on one of my stream, they made a joke that I didn't like, and I was kind of like hazing them about it. And at some point, my friend Newt said that they don't understand Gengar as like a funny way of saying they don't understand gender. And my the friend in question was like trying to defend himself, and I was like, no, you don't understand. And literally for like 3 months, he didn't ask me. He thought I was mad at him, and he thought that Gengar like meant something, like couldn't tell you what, but meant something to the trans community that just like wasn't coming up in any of his searches or anything, or like when he asked other people about it.
Like the Pokemon?
Yeah.
That's tremendous.
And so like it wasn't until a few months later when this friend was talking to Newt, and Newt like finally clarified, and then they came to me and I was like, look, that's so stupid, I love you. Oh my god. We weren't like good enough friends, I guess, at the time for him to feel comfortable just like asking me to clarify or like admitting that he didn't know what the fuck was going on. But yeah, it's just
this person is mad at me. I'm assuming it's for a good reason.
yeah, and it's like I wasn't even mad. Is like I wasn't mad at him. I was making a joke and it just didn't hit him, you know?
Did he not like know what Gengar was?
No, he knew about the Pokemon. He just thought that maybe there was like some secret meaning that he didn't know. He kind of took my joke a little too literally.
Yeah.
And like I've been there. I'm autistic, but like I don't know. It's one of those things that we joke about occasionally.
One of the funniest things about like the sheer backlash I got for that joke that I told was the person like instinctively took it in the worst faith possible.
Oh, perfect. I love that. I love when they do that.
Not because they were like being an asshole, just because they like didn't want to like me.
Yeah.
Because I was coming across as very like guy dude.
Yeah, you do have that effect occasionally.
Yeah. Uh, but they like here's the thing is that they immediately assumed that this was me just completely like deriding both gender identity and art, despite the fact that I went to college to learn how to write, and I have dated several transgender people, and like I spend most of my time with trans people.
Yeah, even I don't know what your gender deal is, but I know that you're at least cis plus.
Uh, I'm that autistic version of cis where they don't really care.
Yeah.
It's just convenient.
Yeah, I actually I do occasionally like one of my secret gender identifiers is auti gender because like I can't I can't remove my autism from my relationship to gender. So like auti gender is one of those
It
things
has a
that's
very profound effect. Yeah, you
yeah.
don't you don't mesh with the prescribed factors as much.
Yeah, I don't really care for like societal rules, especially ones that to me seem arbitrary and like that is entirely what gender is to me.
Both arbitrary and unjust.
Yeah, and inconsistent and like ugh, yeah. It's the whole shebang. Like gender is one of those things that's like important to other people. And I understand that, but couldn't be
Yeah,
me.
it is ephemeral ultimately, but it still matters to some.
Yeah. And it's not like
Which was my point about it in reference to art. Like, it's not real; it can't be defined, but people still care about it, and that's why it's important.
yep, it do have effects. People talk
Like
about it a
Signalis
lot.
ones, that art can sure affect. The funniest thing is, last time I spoke to this person on like a VC, uh, we were watching someone in the chat play Signalis.
Mm-hmm.
Which do you know about Signalis?
I do not.
You should know about Signalis. It's one of those things.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know about it now, you'll know about it next week. Uh,
You could also tell me about it. We're like I'm not going anywhere.
I could I could tell you about it, but
I should just experience it.
it's one of those things you should just experience.
Okay.
Uh,
Is
like
it a video
trust
game?
me when I. It is a video game. It is 2 hours long. It didn't
Okay.
take. Hold on. I only played through it the one time. My playthrough was a little bit long and exacting. By most standards. It's a two-person studio, so the money's going to a very good place regardless. Signalis. Playtime 9.7 hours, and I played it for a good while longer than most people would.
Okay.
Although, admittedly, I did not have a second playthrough.
These brushes, they came with the kit. And they're a little bit shitty. I'm gonna go see if I can find my better brushes. Give me a second. Whew. Bwah.
Yeah, like the funniest thing was that we were watching this video. No, not this video. We were watching someone playing the game, and it got to a puzzle that I had trouble with because it was like it's one of those problems that solves itself.
Ah.
But it looked to me so much like a problem I had to solve, and it came across as the thing that I needed to do now to progress. But no, it's something that you have to come back to later. And I was like going over how it wasn't very well communicated and doesn't make sense, in my opinion. And they were like, okay, well, you're just wrong about that. And the funny thing is, they just worked on a video essay on the game as a whole, in which one of the major points was that art is subjective. And I pointed that out to them, and they were like, well, yeah, but fuck you.
That's the important part.
Yeah.
Okay,
it is somewhat endearing that they are willing to throw out most of their ideals just to spite me.
Okay, now the question becomes, where the fuck did I put down my original paintbrush? There it is. Somehow ended up under the canvas. That's... Play back the tapes. How'd that happen? Probably a me problem. But yeah, I found my other paintbrushes. I'm not using my really nice watercolor paintbrushes. But almost anything is better than the shit that comes in the paint by numbers kit.
Painting is like one of those art forms I don't think I could get into.
Oh, yeah,
Even though I'm like generally bad with visual art, especially like drawn stuff. Painting is just so deep that it would just spit me back out.
When I was...
There's so much shit going on.
I have always liked, I have ADHD and autism. I've always liked working with my hands, keeping myself busy, knowing a lot about, especially like chemistry, which, helps with physical art.
Yeah.
Though, when I was in high school, I could not get the hang of watercolors. Couldn't do it. And on one hand, you can blame the tools. Bad artists always do. But there is also, like, a massive difference between the watercolor, like, Crayola watercolor that you have access to as a child that can't really spend money on art. And, like, I have now some Winsor & Newton palettes that are very good. And the paper that you use also makes a huge difference. Trying a watercolor on printer paper is suboptimal, let's say. Nearly impossible is maybe a better way to put it. Setting yourself up for failure. But actually, right when lockdown started hitting, I decided that I was going to teach myself how to watercolor. I was going to at least try, because I knew that one of my limiting factors when trying to use watercolor was patience. So you have to wait for each layer to dry before you can, like, go in and work on the next bit. And actually, if you look at the stream right now, in the background over there, that side of the screen that I'm pointing at with the end of my paintbrush, that is a watercolor that I have done based on, Ivan Izavovsky. I can't remember how his name is spelled. But the guy that does the really big, really good paintings of boats in the ocean, and he has like a specific like layering technique that he did with paints. My girlfriend really likes ships and the ocean, so. But yeah, that's a watercolor I did, and I just taught myself off of YouTube tutorials. Turns out that like just being an adult really helps with the patience thing. But yeah, so watercolor was one of the things that I taught myself over the lockdown, and it was really rewarding. I've actually sold a couple of my watercolors now, so I am technically a professional artist.
Hell yeah.
But not everyone has to be into the same shit. You don't have to pick up watercolor. If you do, though, let me know, because I can tell you like what cheap stuff to get to try it out. You don't want to drop $80 even on a hobby you're not sure you're gonna like.
Yeah.
There should be more like maker spaces available to adults where we can like try that shit out. God, the fucking elementary school I worked at didn't even have an art room. They had music, but that was it.
Mm-hmm.
Cannot fucking imagine. I taught those kids a little bit about art just because, like, I know about it. And we had spare time in class, and just, oh my god. Like, I had to explain to fifth graders that, like, when you're coloring, you should color, like, sort of in the same pattern, you know, like vertically. You know, move your paintbrush up and down, up and down, up and down, or your crayon up and down,
Yeah.
up and down, as opposed to just kind of like scatter it around. Fucking 11-year-olds, you know what I mean? Because they just didn't have an art class. Oh my god. Let's go look over at chat. Tara says, my coworker told me I'm good at making things sound ominous. That's true. That's pretty true. It's also a really fun skill to have. Did watercolor in high school and loved it. Kind of miss making art. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Fucking, and like, I hate when people say, oh, I don't have money for it. Go outside and find some cool rocks and, like, tie them together with some twine or, like, vine, or just stack them. Do something. God, like, play. Please play. Hey, da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, cry harder.
I think I heard. I think I heard one of those.
Yeah. But yeah, it's so important to me. I know that I would go insane inside my own head if I didn't have like a way to make. I got myself a really cheap art tablet when I was like 16 because I knew that I wasn't always going to have money for materials, and like, I'm not saying art tablets are cheap, but I did get like a $20 bamboo pad, which is basically just like a really fancy track pad. It took me forever to figure out how to get pen pressure to work. And then someone I used to couch surf with bought me an Intuos Pro when I was 18, and I've had it ever since. Knock on wood, it's still working somehow. I've only ever had to replace the little stylus nubs. But yeah, that's been really nice. got really mad at my Meemaw once because she was trying to tell me that that doesn't count as real art. She wanted real art to hang up on her wall. So when I started doing watercolor, I sent her some, and I wrote her like this nice long letter about like how I was doing through the pandemic, like what's been going on in my life, and then she just sent me back like a $1.30 greeting card, and I was just sitting here like, man, who raised me? Where did my manners come from? Because it ain't my family. Must be the autism.
Yeah, I think that might be a thing. I think autism causes from their teachings quite a bit.
Yep.
What the way I would describe it is like it's harder to imprint things on people with autism.
Yeah, because we never like we want to know why. You know, people always, like bosses and such, will tell me that like I'm difficult, that I don't listen to direction. It's not that I don't listen to direction. I just want to understand why I'm being given that direction.
It's less the following instructions is less the thing, and it's more like, oh, they'll yell.
Yep. It's more like
It's less about following instructions and more about like internalizing advice, kind of. I don't know.
So like for a specific example, it's like when I worked at the Ross, we were supposed to fold the towels a certain way, and it's like, well, why? Oh, because that's how the area manager likes it. Okay, but like why does she like it like that? And oh, it it shows off like the stitching on the band, it looks better. Oh, okay, cool. You know?
Yeah.
It's not that I don't want to do it. I'm not arguing. I'm not saying I won't do it. I literally just want to know why. But fucking neurotypicals take every question as like a challenge of their authority, which is like a personal problem, IMO.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I was right. This does stand out better with the white. Oh, I'm receiving a text, but my phone is all the way over there because it is charging. Let me go and retrieve that. Hi, Aces. You're sitting over here so pretty. You're not trying to sniff nothing. Oh, okay. Oh, that was an email from my old substituting job, which no longer relevant to me, but, you know, since the accident, I kind of need to check all of my notifications right away in case it's like the police. Now there's a cat on the back of my chair. Ma'am, please leave, because I know what you're going to do. You're going to try to get into my lap, and then you're going to try to get onto the desk. And if you give a moose a pancake, he's going to want a glass of milk.
What?
Oh, there was a sequel to If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, and it's If You Give a Moose a Pancake. That's a real book. It does exist. I didn't make it up. Children's books.
Your yank ways confuse and mystify me.
Yeah, whatever, whiny.
Ow. Okay.
I am Texan. You did call me Yank. It's turnabout.
I call them all. I call all of them Yanks.
I know. You palms are like that.
Palms?
It's what the Aussies call you. It means prisoner of His or Her Majesty. because that's what was printed on the back of their like prison garb back when Australia was a prison colony. Say POHM on the back. And now it is used as a pejorative for Britishers, but specifically like the English.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Newt's backing me up. Newt loves it if you give a moose a pancake.
So what is it about, like...
It's just
setting boundaries?
Oh, I sort of. Yeah, that's kind of it. It's also just a funny story. So, I mean, do you know about if you give a mouse a cookie?
No, but I assume that the script is that if you give a mouse a cookie, you want another one?
Yes, if you give a mouse a cookie, he's going to want a glass of milk. And if he's going to want a glass of milk, he's going to get sleepy. And if he gets sleepy, he's going to want a place to sleep. And da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
And it kind of like, it's a kid's book, so it gets a little absurd. And then if you give a moose a pancake is like the sequel to that. That's even more absurd because mooses are an inherently more absurd animal than a mouse, apparently.
The only way I can like relate to children's fiction these days is like that post which said I would have killed the very hungry caterpillar with a rifle.
I work with and love working with very small children as well as children that have special needs, and so like read a lot of children's books recently. Some, that like particular like kind of creepy art style that some children's books have, that shit still creeps me out.
What, like Roald Dahl or what?
No, not Roald Dahl. There's like this, oh god, it's like this kind of like grotesque. It's kind of like Flapjack, but if all of the animators were on benzos type art style.
Yeah.
I
can't think of it.
I will have to find an example. Newt, if you're still here, find an example. Please. But like it's the ones where like everything, there's somewhere it looks like a collage, and like they use like a real photo of somebody's nose or something. It's just like weird to look at. Or like they got big heads and their arms are like too textured or something. Edward Gorey? Yes. Yeah. That's tripping alarm bells in my head, so that's gotta be one of them.
I don't know, I was not a child for very long.
You're literally only barely not a child. The funny part.
I felt like it was 40 when I was 12.
God, yeah. Sorry, I forget. You're on the fucking rainy island that sucks. That would age you faster, I feel.
I'll have grey hairs by the time I'm 30.
As well, anyone that shared like a living space with England would.
I burst from my father's hip, fully formed.
Oh god, fucker, that's depression. Yeah, apparently I got that too. Yeah.
Ooh. Fell off my horse.
I hate when that happens. That used to kill people,
It still kills people.
Yeah.
You have to drag this fucking deer all the way to fucking... I'm like grinding in Red Dead Online because there are plans for it to be played on a stream, I think.
Yes, that is true.
Not that I wouldn't be playing it anyway, but
Yeah, I think Joy might
it
be
is
there
very
for that. I was invited, but I don't
yeah.
own it, so like,
You can buy it standalone.
I
It's like
know.
15 quid,
Yeah,
which is like 20
yeah,
$20.
yeah. Yes, I just feel a little weird spending money on that. Even though I don't care about money, and
Oh yeah, it is like 200 gigabytes.
oh Jesus, I barely have that. I have like a 550 gig SSD, and when I
Yeah.
tried to install, I had like an old terabyte hard drive from an old laptop. It's just an HDD. Um, it
I have a
always
like
it always boots from that terabyte hard drive. Like I have tried everything. I've gotten somebody smarter than me to look at it, and they're just like, I don't know, your shit's haunted, you know?
are you ins are you installing via Steam? Or what is this?
No, so like I have 500 gigs. I tried to install a hard drive that's got another terabyte, but when I have both of the hard drives in, it won't boot from the hard drive I want it to boot from. So like it's it boots from my like 10-year-old laptop hard drive instead of from my newer
Uh,
hard drive that I want it to boot from. Like my
yeah,
computer.
I just use an external hard drive.
Yeah, well, it won't let
It's
me
like
install an external hard drive because it keeps trying to boot from that external hard drive. Like, it boots Windows.
it's wild. Yeah, I'm not a computers guy.
Yeah, and
I spend most of my time on computers and I never know how they work.
yeah, it's all magic as far as I'm concerned. But I got a guy who like is kind of like he's not like a professional computers guy, but he's like his family's computers guy, and he's pretty smart. But even he was like, man, I don't fucking know. Like he tried to help me over the phone, and he was just like, I don't know, that shit sounds possessed. Like, let me see it, and I showed it to him, and we
Yeah.
tried everything we could think of, and it's just like, I don't fucking know. I think we gotta wipe the old hard drive. That might be the only way to do it. But we can't. I can't wipe it when it's booted. It's got
Yeah.
demons do
Also,
cocaine. Yeah.
if you're using a laptop, Red Dead will probably make it blow up.
Oh no. It's just I gutted a laptop. It had a terabyte hard drive on it. I'm not trying to run
Oh,
the laptop hardware except as a data storage thing, but it won't let me.
uh, wild.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't make any sense. I Is it time to feed y'all? Is that the problem? Is that why you're acting like this? You know what? That would explain a lot. Um, my other cat, who's a little bit less of a bitch, um, like came up to the side of my chair and like was kind of like sniffing and pawing at me. It's very cute. Yes, I hear you. I'm getting up. I'm getting up right now. Orange blossom honey fresh goat cheese. Fuck out of here. You're not even gonna share with me.
What does that mean?
Oh, caveat, I can't hear you by the way right now because I am feeding cats. Aces.
New, are you just like describing flavors? Oh, you just have goat's cheese with stuff in it. Okay. I have mixed feelings on goat's cheese, by which I mean I have bad feelings on goat cheese.
It depends.
Every time I've tried goat's cheese, it's just been like an intensely unpleasant neural experience.
That makes sense. You have the tism, and thus some cheeses are simply not going to be.
Like, I don't even remember what it was like. I just remember it was so like intensely foul that I couldn't see. Very few things give me a psychosomatic response, and that was one of them.
God. I the goat cheese that Newt is talking about is almost definitely like a very mild, like it's a supermarket available goat cheese. There are some that are very stinky and like very, very much, but the one that they're talking about is, I know for a fact, very mild. But I have found that, generally speaking, people are either into soft cheeses or hard cheeses, and you strike me as a hard cheese type of guy.
It really depends. I like cheese,
Okay.
but I don't find cheese to be valid as its own thing.
Yeah, you need it with something.
Yeah. However, when it's like with something, then there's a lot of depth to how cheese works. I had blue cheese mussels once.
It's a little too adventurous for me personally, but I have tried Tellagio, which I would not recommend to you, let me tell you.
Very powerful.
Oh, very, very pungent. Although it doesn't taste as bad as it smells. It doesn't taste anywhere near like how it smells, but it smells like a gym sock. And I mean one that's been left in like a pool of standing water at the bottom of a locker for a week. I do not describe a cheese like this lightly. It is the kind of thing that I could smell through the packaging and it would make me gag.
Yeah.
However, it just kind of tasted like butter. Like bad butter, but like the I don't know how to put it, but like freshly churned butter, but maybe the milk was a little sour. But yeah, that's definitely the most powerful cheese I've ever tried. I tried lots of cheeses. I tried to try at least one new cheese a day when I was working as a cheesemonger. I have a sensitive stomach and I don't generally like soft cheeses, but I wanted to like do my due diligence and be able to at least describe everything to the customers. However, I knew that if I tried to try every cheese, one, it was going to absolutely like blow out my palate, and two, I would throw up.
It's the job as a cheesemonger just to eat all the cheese.
You do got to know what they taste like. And depending on the cheese, depending on the size of the farm we would get it from, each wheel would be unique. So,
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
that's just May. That's my girlfriend.
I've just gotten back from printing several signatures for a book I'm going to bind.
Signature is the like chunk of pages that get bound together.
Yeah, like one leaflet basically of pages. I just did it at my local library, and for a 150-page book, it cost me $5 to print.
Yep.
I actually owe them money right now because I didn't have any cash on me.
I have a 20 in my purse.
Alright, well.
Next time you go up, you can just have them put... You should be able to, like, use your credit card to put credit onto your account.
They're pretty... It's a small little library.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, bring a 20 and have them... Can they put that onto your account?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but the librarian's very friendly. If I give her a 20 and say, hey, this is to cover my old tab and start a new tab for printing,
Yeah.
she'd be totally fine with that. She actually, like, looked over what I was printing and I got embarrassed for a second because it's, witchcraft stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we live in a kind of conservative area, and I was like, oh no, is this going to be
Oh,
a
like
thing?
the librarian would care.
Oh no, she was like, I really like what you're printing. I'm actually a Satanist, she said.
Hell yeah! Are you kidding?
I was like, hell, I was like, that's so cool. I was gonna talk to her more, but then people came in for passport photos. Like, nah, not in front of the normies.
God, yeah, no. Even if she's Levian, that's like cool as hell.
Oh yeah, she was talking about how she's been looking into like local temples that would do like outreach, like food banks and stuff. There are none in the area.
God, we should convince her to go to synagogue with us.
Yeah, I mean,
We're not even like religiously Jewish, but like if you want to talk about like community outreach, no one does it like Jews.
Yeah. And you can talk about weird beliefs with Jewish people; they'll generally be interested.
Yeah, I mean, at worst, they'll just kind of like go along with it or like not. You know what I mean? But like the rabbi will be fine.
Having grown up with a lot of Jewish family, what they'll typically do is they'll nod along,
yeah,
and then not really comment.
Yeah, which is like so much better than evangelicals.
Oh my god, yeah.
I just can't believe the librarian was like, oh hey, yeah, I'm a Satanist. That's so cool.
I was like... Yeah, so I think I'm probably gonna go back to the library tomorrow to print out more stuff. Also, they have Adobe Acrobat on their computers.
Nice.
So the formatting stuff I was worried about,
not a problem.
I can handle there.
What were you buying? What are you binding? Is it like, are you taking the Riley route and binding a Veridarium?
Yep.
That's what my goal is going to be in a little bit. That's like my next project.
Oh yeah, you're practicing with something. What are you practicing with?
Abscula Magica, which is another sabbatic text by Andrew Chumbly.
Okay.
This one's actually a collection
his
of...
name is Chumbly?
Yeah.
That is the name of one of the most revolutionary thinkers in modern witchcraft.
Is he English?
Oh, yes.
Of course.
Is he from some place called, like, Dick upon Avon or something?
Essex.
Worse.
Hey. hey. The Avon is in Scotland.
What do they call them? What do they call them in England when it's upon a river?
The same stuff. It's just usually like a different river, like the Eck.
Oh, I thought there were a bunch of like I thought that
Scotland nearly worse. I'm gonna get you.
Oh no.
No, darling, specifically because he said the Avon, which is a Scottish river.
Oh, no, Avon is just a word for river.
Wait, is it?
So, like, there are plenty of towns that are called X upon Avon that aren't upon the Avon.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, but we tend to just use the river, like the Tyne. There's a lot of places about the Tyne or the Wye. There are two different rivers called the Avon. Now that I'm looking at it, there might be one in England.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure Avon was just like the fucking. What was it called? What were the fucking? It was an Anglo-Saxon word, I think, that just means river. It wasn't Roman, was it? Like Avon isn't Latin, is it?
I don't know. It's all not Greek to me.
Yeah. Like, who gives a shit about like the French Germanic language branch just because we use it? It ain't special.
Hold on. Do you?
What?
It feels wrong for you to say it's all Greek to me.
That's why I said it.
That's why it's all not Greek.
Because I've actually started to learn Greek. not very good yet, and I'm only learning modern Greek. Eventually, I'll learn one of the old dialects. Well, actually, I would love to learn Coptic. Is the actual, which isn't really Greek. It's using Greek letters to.
Oh, it's like
Egyptian.
Romanji.
It is like Romanji. Coptic is Egyptian Romanji, basically.
That's cool as hell.
Yeah. That's a perfect comparison, actually. For covers, I'm using much worse books about witchcraft.
She's cutting off the covers from her old Harry Potter books. She threw out the innards.
Yeah, exactly. The covers didn't do anything wrong.
It's upcycling.
Are they like hardcovers?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, those books have no hardcovers, so.
Oh, they do. They're all like at least 2 tone. Some
Yeah,
of them are 3 tone.
Can I show?
Yeah, sure.
Can I show off? Yeah. So this is the one she's using right now. It's a nice burgundy with a black stripe up top.
My streams are like half a minute behind, I think.
No worries. Yeah, I've dropped quite a few frames.
You'll see it eventually.
Oh, that is tasteful.
Yeah, I'm gonna bind it up in black thread. That'll look really good on this cover.
Need to go back to Duolingo. Oh yeah, I need to go back to Duolingo and finish learning Spanish.
Yeah, get on it, babe. You can be my friend. You can compare yourself to my Greek progress.
Yo no sé mucho, pero yo tuve 2 años de español en escuela y I know a little bit of conjugation.
Keroto.
I have a Mexican partner, and she only speaks Spanish when she's cursing me out.
Aww.
As she should.
That makes a lot of sense, though. You kind of like reverting to your first language when you're emotional.
Well, curses feel better in your native language. They got that additional viscerality.
Also, just Spanish is a really nice language to swear in. Not gonna lie.
What I love about the swears in Spanish is, like, a lot of them are regional.
Yeah.
So, people have...
I do still say, when I'm thinking, I will sometimes say ete, which is specifically a Puerto Rican, like, filler sound. It's like how you say in, like, Puerto Rican Spanish. Which, I got that from one of my ex's family members. I spent a lot of time over at their house because I did not want to be at my house.
Alright, now time for the fun part of cleaning up fabric. Just run a lighter over the edge and burn off the little hanging threads. Wait, should I do that on the camera so it'll look nice? No, not
No,
on
it'll blow out the camera.
I want to like get a collection of colloquialisms that are just like sounds.
Oh, like,
Like, you know, in it. Like. I think the, like, best demonstration is, like, in it as compared to, like, this in Japanese. In Japanese. Why did I... Never mind.
It's okay, earlier I couldn't say the word pandemic, so I'm not gonna judge.
Oh man, this book smells so nice burning.
Wild.
Fucking cancel me, but burning fabric covers smell really nice.
It's kind of fucked up that people used to, like, ride horses into, like, battle with guns involved.
They didn't for very long, to be fair.
Yeah.
Once...
I think ballistic cavalry only really existed in like, well, I say existed, but I mean people do what they want, but it was only like common around the Civil War era, right?
Yeah, that's the only place I can think of.
It did last until World War One. At least the start of World War One.
But there wasn't.
Yeah, World War One. They would have run out of horses at some point.
They would have, yeah.
And even by the Civil War, the strategy was coming apart.
Horses are a little too easily spooked, and then we had tanks, so like, whatever.
Yeah, we sure did have tanks.
In the Civil War, in the American Civil War, there was this one cavalry regiment that basically invented a whole new kind of cavalry strategy where they just used the horses to reposition.
Mm-hmm.
That, that's pretty fucking wise.
No, yeah, it was great. It let them, like, get in really wild position that the enemy did not expect, and...
That's not entirely different from the Mongolian strategy, is it? Just using your horse to move you around while you're fighting from a distance.
Similar, because they also, in fact, in a lot of ways comparable. They weren't doing it from horseback, but they did also use fast-firing weapons. They used repeater rifles that unit, as opposed to the standard muskets. Standard muskets. So
I mean, yeah, that's a bit of a step up.
Yes, they could get somewhere fast and fire a lot of bullets and leave before anyone could charge them.
My plan to rob a bank also goes something similar.
Yeah.
Which
Rob a bank from a distance.
My lawyers advised me not to continue this bit.
Have you heard of, like, fraud? That works similarly.
God, I was invited to commit fraud recently, and I had to decline.
I mean, if someone's asking you to commit fraud with them, that means that you're taking the fall.
Yeah. Well, and I was gonna take the fall in more ways than one, but basically, like, it's because my insurance only covers liability, and my roommate's father is a stupid man, and he thinks that, like, if I claim liability, that, like, all of the medical stuff will be covered, and it's like, first of all, you're insured. Like, first of all, my roommate has medical insurance. Okay. Second of all, I'm not liable. It would be fraud to try and claim that I was liable, because it is fraud to lie to get a payout. That's fraud. That's, like, the definition of fraud. But he's a stupid man, so he doesn't understand.
I mean, also, like, even if you were to lie, they would just not believe you, because...
Yeah.
Presumably they have the situation on record.
Yeah, I mean, I would have had to lie from the get-go. I can't lie now. You know?
Yeah, also you got rear-ended. How could that be your fault?
Yeah, like... You'd have to concoct a fucking scenario, and then I'd probably be, like, criminally liable. If I was somehow liable for getting rear-ended.
Yeah, like, if you're liable in a traffic accident, that means it's your fault, and you will be charged for it. Granted, I'm not the most familiar with US traffic laws. I assume they're as draconian and stupid as the rest of your laws.
It's a fair assumption.
State by state.
It does vary by state.
As does most things in the US.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it's not a fucking country. It is 50 countries in a trench coat, most of which do not want to be here.
And some of them are trying to burn down the trench coat.
Yeah. Without admitting that that's what they're doing.
What? They love this trench coat, which is why we're setting it on fire.
Yep.
It's very un-American of you not to set this trench coat on fire, actually.
But God forbid you burn the tag. Which in this case is a metaphor for the Constitution.
Oh, I thought you were going for the flag.
That too. That's the price tag. You can burn the whole coat, but not the price tag. I get in a rose about that with my mother every so often. She knows better than to bring it up anymore, but she used to be like, oh, they're burning the flag, they're da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And the thing is, she's like, she used to be in the army, and she is a big stickler for flag code, and I was like, Mom, how do you get rid of a flag that's been disgraced? Oh, well, that's different. Okay, well, I mean, they just dropped it on the floor. Like, if you don't have access to, like, the procedure to bury it, you're supposed to burn it, you know? And, like, it's their way of saying that they feel the flag's been disgraced. Like, what would you rather them do? Burn down a police precinct? No, you just want them to, like, sit on their hands. Oh, okay, well, at least, like, we got there. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm one of those bitches that can and will argue with their family, though. I feel so bad for people who can't. We actually remember where to turn to get to our house because there's somebody with a Trump sign on their front lawn, and we always, like, do a quick little curse, and then we, you know, make our turn to get to our house. Oh.
Currently, the activity I'm engaging in is I'm staking out a campsite that is sometimes not here because there's some dumb shit going on in this video game, which means I have to just wait for something to happen that's likely never going to happen, and I have to either, like, move between several spots or just to sit in one spot and wait for stuff to happen.
Oh, I hate those kind of events.
Watching paint dry.
I literally have to sit and stare at someone's tent in the hopes that somebody will ride over the hill and try to murder them.
What are you, like a DC superhero?
Basically.
I hate when I'm just trying to camp and I see the hero waiting for something to happen to me.
God, that would put me on edge.
Batman standing on a gargoyle.
Me, like, quickly shuffling out of the 7-Eleven.
And the worst thing is that sometimes, actually most of the time right now, the camp isn't even there.
So it's a camp that's only sometimes there, and only sometimes when it's there it has what you need, or it has the right event.
Yep.
What game is this?
So this is like Batman staking out, like, a future site of a 7-Eleven. That's like...
Yeah.
Oh
It's
my...
like a police stakeout where they just stay around somewhere, because there might at some point be crime here.
No, but he's not antagonizing anything.
Isn't this the plot of Total Recall?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Which one?
I actually just saw The Thing last night, and I gotta say, that sure was a thing.
Oh, that movie was so good.
Yeah, no. That is the most accurate description of whatever that thing was.
The ending's great.
We got to the ending, and for anyone who doesn't know, spoilers.
Spoilers for The Thing, 1982.
I know that it takes place in 1984. I don't know when it was made.
Literally 1984.
Literally 1984. It
was 1982. I was right.
Wild. It perfectly predicted the future. Anyway, what on earth was I trying to say? Oh yeah, when we got to the end, it ends on like this pretty massive, like lampshaded cliffhanger. And I remember, like, as the lampshade was being put in place, I was like, if they have balls, they're going to end it right here.
Yeah.
And then they did. And it was great.
Oh my god. Fuck having explanatory endings.
Yeah, fuck you. You don't get the closure. Fuck you.
Wait in suspense like everyone else.
And, like, these days I would be like, oh man, that's just fucking sequel bait. But there's no the second thing.
No, there's no the things. I think every sequel should do the aliens route.
Just pluralize the singular.
Yeah.
The things.
Cheaper by the dozens.
12 Angry Men's. Wait, hold up.
12's Angry Men?
12? Dozens of angry men.
Obviously, it's 13 Angry Men, and it's a sequel to Friday the 13th.
Freddy Krueger's. Wait, no. It's
Nightmares on Elm Street.
Nightmares on Elm Street. Actually, it works. This would be insufferable. No one should let us make movies.
It's a good thing that they don't.
This is not a danger.
We might make a podcast, though. Arguably worse.
And just wait till they get to the movie adaptation. Then I'll be terrible about it. I'm gonna put
Oh god.
such restrictions in this contract.
I'm sorry, the fucking movie version of our fucking sci-fi horror...
Bad.
Bad.
It's bad?
You can't build the tension enough in that amount of time. I need everyone to be very aware of how awkward it is to be coworkers with these motherfuckers, and you can only do that through podcast. It's the only medium awkward enough. Obscure spin-off, The Thing.
The Ting.
Hey, don't say.
It's called The Ting, and it's about an evil triangle.
Oh, I thought it was going to be about evil dehydrated, like, orange juice.
It overlaps with the sequel to Whiplash, Whiplashes. I'm gonna print out so many books at this library.
And Newt just said, right, that's why I hated and avoided podcasts for so long. It's like being on a phone call where you're being ignored. It's like being in a Discord call when you don't realize you're on mute or have push to talk on.
It's like listening to a Twitch stream. Hold up.
Hold on a second. No, you can comment on a Twitch stream. I have it on good authority that you can. That's an option. You don't gotta, because, like, lurkers are the backbone of the community and everything, but...
Yeah, they make you money without, like, being annoying.
That's the best. The worst ones are the ones that decide to get in a fucking voice call with me. Oh my god, those obnoxious shits.
So the worst one's the one who decide to live with you.
You didn't meet me on a Twitch stream. Can you
No,
imagine?
I would not date you if I had met you on a Twitch stream.
You don't know that.
That's very fair.
You're probably right. I probably would still date you. That's terrible. I should have higher standards.
You should. You shouldn't date a streamer.
You weren't a streamer when we started dating.
Yeah, that's how I gotcha.
You were in remission.
Yeah, I was in remission at the time.
Like, oh, good. His streaming disease has been cured. Uh-oh.
Nope.
What is this, a global pandemic?
Yeah, me and Newt met on a Twitch stream. How'd that relationship go?
Oh, that's so mean. You can't say that.
I can say that. It's my stream.
Nah, it's in the Twitch TOS. No being a meanie.
No bully Newt.
No bully Newt.
My internet is shitting out now.
You see? You broke the TOS.
It did not. Stop, they're gonna hear you.
Jeff Bezos is gonna bring down the ban hammer.
Fucking might. I am very attractive. He hates that.
He does hate to see girl boss winning. just in general.
Yeah, that's true. Jeff Bezos owes me reparations. What for? Doesn't matter. Lurkers are immensely powerful, but my ancient ancestral urge to be the loudest court jester possible stops me every time. Hey, I mean, I also love, like, my commenters. You give me something to riff off of.
Oh yeah, to quote Brandon Lee Mulligan, get in the comments. Pack me up.
I get 3 kilograms heavier every time someone laughs at one of my jokes.
But
so
just
small.
in the schmeat. Okay, y'all can still see where I'm working on. That's good, that's good. A good idea of me in the past to make sure that y'all could see this section. Can I help you, ma'am?
I just came up with a really bad, modest proposal.
Oh my god, what are we eating now?
A caveat. we just keep caveat plugged into streams where people will laugh at him, and then slice off pieces for burgers.
This is a Magnus Archives episode.
It's also not kosher.
Caveat gets to laugh. Caveat gets to have people enjoy his comedy. Isn't that not suffering?
Baby, it is forbidden, even to Gentiles, to eat meat from an animal which is still living.
Oh, right.
So...
Oh.
Yeah, that's one of those things. I can't remember the word for it. There is a word for it. But it's like, it's past not kosher. It's like forbidden. Because like generally, like Jews don't care what Gentiles do. But there are some things where it's like, no, like no one gets to do that. That's not good. Like child sacrifice or whatever.
Yeah. If you're gonna sacrifice someone, there should at least be 20.
Yeah. I'm always saying this.
Have you heard of the cult of Lycon?
Lycon, you mean the Greek king who was out, who turned into a werewolf?
Yes. There are writings that claim that where that happened became a ritual spot dedicated to Zeus. And that
doesn't sound right.
Oh wait, it gets weirder. Supposedly, this is based on some writings from, Greeks, so take it with a grain of salt.
As opposed to if, like, Catholics had written it, but okay.
Fair enough. Supposedly, once a year, someone would get ritually sacrificed, and other people would have to eat the meat of that sacrifice and be transformed into wolves. And for 1 year, they would have to live as wolves, and it's fine if anyone killed them because they were wolves. And if they survived the year without eating another person and came back for the ritual the next year, they'd be returned to human form.
Why?
I don't know.
I'm gonna say tourism. I'm gonna say it was made up for tourism.
I think it was like maybe a form of like extreme repentance. Let me look at the cult of Lycon. Also,
I don't know much about the story of Lycon somehow, even though I'm like
this,
yeah. Steals your wig. But wasn't Zeus like super pissed off at him?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, which is why it might be a repentance thing.
Yeah, this is really pissed
it's
off.
kind of like, how like, cult of Judas people might self-flagellate or something.
Apparently, actually, Lycon might have been his own god. and that the story of Lycon and Zeus comes from the cult of Zeus overtaking the cult of Lycon.
Yeah, I mean,
It's strange.
God, I love the fact that I can honestly say it's literally true. I get paid to pretend to be a furry on the internet. Every time somebody tips my Tumblr blog, like, that's what they're doing. It's just a shame I didn't think about getting paid to pretend to be a girl first, because now everyone would accuse me of copying Finster.
Another theory is just at the ritual site, apparently, Zeus accepted human sacrifices in the form of a wolf.
They fed a human to a wolf once, and they had to rationalize it.
It's all in Arcadia.
Or, God, I love the concept that this was all just like some kid saw a person getting eaten by a wolf, and their parent was like, don't worry about it, it's just Zeus or something, you know? So that, like, they would sleep at night, and it all just kind of got out of hand. Like
Honestly,
when Mary lied about still
that's
being a
why-
virgin.
Ooh, the camp is here. I'm going to sit here and not fucking move for 3 hours.
Nobody commenting on my, I just insisted that, the birth of Jesus was not a virgin birth. But then I am not Christian, so it's not like...
Yeah, like, you can say whatever you want, to be honest.
I think
My
it was
stream.
a Chad birth.
Get out of my house. Get out.
No, I pay rent.
You paid rent once.
We don't have a lease yet.
Yeah, we've been a little busy, not dying.
Honestly, I do think it should be a practice that you can, like, just be in a house long enough that you take it from your landlord. Like,
Squatters'
fuck off
rights,
after
too.
time.
Yeah, so that is called renting to own. And it should be standard, you're right.
Honestly, what we need to do, we need to raise more, like, decidedly working class people to points of government so that they can push for shit like that super hard, because they specifically are pissed off.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I wish we could.
I don't know, what, were you, like, cleaning your brush or something?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that played, like, directly into my cerebellum.
Well, now you know what it feels like to get stitches, or to get staples in your scalp, because that's about what
Honestly,
that felt like.
I had stitches in my forehead.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd rather have had staples.
Oh, well, the thing is that the staples are temporary. They take them out to put stitches in, generally speaking. Yeah. The fucking staples, by the way, staples in your scalp feel exactly how you think they would, which is wild.
I mean, wrestlers get their heads stapled all the time, and they seem to enjoy it.
It's good for them.
Okay, apparently
Have you like
Go on.
Have you like never seen that? Wrestlers will hit each other with staplers. It's funny.
Oh yeah, I have seen that. Stop it. Don't do that. Owie. Okay, I'm switching to
Wrestlers
blue
have
now.
the worst skincare of anything. Like, they will do anything to their skin.
Yeah, I've seen them cut them, like their faces up with the razor blades. That's just scary. Why are they doing that?
Because
Oh,
it's
you've never
scary.
seen them use forks.
Ugh.
Ooh.
thing is that the forks are used as weapons in, I'm going to use the term hardcore matches, because death matches is a little bit disingenuous.
No one
Because it
dies,
refers to
says
it refers
caveat.
to a specific subset of matches. More people have died in the entrance to their match than have died in an actual death match. Which is a number I pulled out of my ass. Don't think about that too hard. I'm sure a couple people have died in death matches.
Okay. It's about to be like,
It's more common for other stuff to happen.
Do we have examples of people who have died during their entrances?
Oh, hell yeah. Have you never heard of Owen Hart?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, he was... this is actually a deeply tragic story. He was to be, like, ziplined to the ring via some, like, cables on a harness, and they used a cheap-ass carabiner to hold him up, and he fell and slammed into the ring.
I have heard about this, actually. I did hear about that.
Yeah, it's a really fucked up story, actually. There's a whole lot of shit going on behind the scenes. And as usual, we can blame Vincent McMahon for it.
I think I'm not gonna mix any glitter into this one.
He was directly responsible.
Because he was the cheap ass that didn't spring for a better carabiner?
Yeah, and also he fucked around with the guy's brother in such a way that it prompted the company to put him in a position where he would do this stunt and then pressured him into doing it personally.
Oh yeah, I remember. He didn't even want to, like, do it. Yeah.
He didn't even want to do the gimmick. They made him do the gimmick.
Oh.
Man, I know it's been said by people who, like, have better reason and more knowledge on, like, why to say it, but fuck Vince.
Fuck Vince McMahon. Hold on. Let me open my messenger and see my wrestling friend. Yeah, his nickname is Fuck Vinnie Mac.
Yep.
Good.
Even if you like wrestling, never pay the Fed a fucking dime. Because they do not give that shit to their performers. It all goes into Vince McMahon's giant fucking
pool,
diseased brain.
And there's no way to get any, like, McMahon or anyone else for any kind of, like, negligence, right? Because they all pretty much sign away any right to do anything in that regard.
It's happened before. He just has all the money that wrestling makes, basically. And he's independently wealthy on top of that. So there's nothing you can... Actually, no, he's not that independently wealthy. He just has such deep pockets from wrestling that it's hard to get rid of him.
He also has a bunch of rich friends, which gets you a long way from what I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, like, Hollywood are always going to give him another shot because he kind of owns all the, like, cool wrestlers they want for acting.
Kind of. Oh, you know what? I did bring over the paper towels.
Right, I was looking for my Coptic Stitch primer, so I make sure I do this starting part of this right. You ever just, like, spend a while looking through your, like, files on your computer and be like, what was I looking for?
Yep. Call that open door syndrome. You know when you walk through an open door and it's like, wait, why did I go upstairs? And you go all the way downstairs and you're like, oh yeah, fuck, I gotta piss.
Alright, now to thread this needle.
So, funny thing happened recently. Vince McMahon grew a mustache, which is not the kind of thing when you just had a lawsuit over being a weird pervert.
God. You know, the best thing about, like, rich old assholes is that, like, they're gonna die.
Oh yeah.
So like, you know, they do all this and it's like you're not even gonna live forever. You know? Like you're going to die and no one's gonna cry at your funeral.
I don't think he understands that he's gonna die one day because Vincent McMahon is verifiably insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like a huge megalomaniac, from what I understand.
He has all kinds of syndromes. He had a really fucked up childhood as well, and that was exacerbated when he got into the wrestling business, and he suddenly had a massive empire of wrestling.
I don't know much about the business side of Japanese
He was
wrestling.
already
Is it
kind
bad?
of insane. Japanese wrestling, well, it's Japanese entertainment, so the Yakuza are involved. But it's
Of
getting
course.
better, right? It's better lately. There is a story about how back in the day when the American indies, when we say indie, we're referring to independent companies.
Mm-hmm.
Indie is just shorthand for independent, so indie wrestler, indie company, indie circuit, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Indie records.
Kind of. The American indies, like super old school stuff, like, I don't know if you've heard of, like, Ric Flair.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ric Flair got his start touring the American indies. The NWA was kind of the, like, poster boy of it all, but it's a really hard situation to describe, especially given that I don't really get it either. But there were a bunch of companies, you could travel between them. It was like regional sports teams almost. Except it would be like a few states. Like there would be Mid-South, there would be...
Oh yeah. We have like
other
regions.
stuff. IWA Mid-South is still running, and the local government hates them for no good reason. Well, I say no good reason, it's because people bleed all over the floor. But, moreover, what they would do back in the day, they'd send guys from the American Indies over to Japan, and they'd work a bit in Japan, because Japanese wrestlers were so much better, and you could get some good, like, tourist money. Because there's a term they use in Japan, which is, I guess it's, yeah, they call them gaijin wrestlers.
Yeah.
Which is...
It's a pejorative.
It's a pejorative, but... It's weird. It's like referring to yourself as a gringo sometimes.
Yeah.
Which...
Like, it's not appropriate for me to call myself a gaijin, but like, if somebody called me that, I would roll with it. I don't care, you know?
Yeah, it's not something you can really, like... Well, it's not something we can really think about because we don't live in Japan. We're not immersed in culture. So we're not exactly authorities on it. But it's whatever. It's the term they still use anyway, so it's not like we can't say it because that's the terminology. There is also like a luchador in the American Indies called Gringo Loco.
Nice.
And everyone calls him Gringo without fail. Whenever they're talking about how he's a joy to work with, they're like, "Oh, I love working Gringo. Gringo's so good. Gringo's such a good base."
It's not too different from having a friend named Dick.
Yeah. Yeah, the gaijin wrestler is...
It's kind of like if you were a trans guy and chose the name Dick, which is big mood.
Yeah.
Like, good for you.
The gaijin wrestler is a particular type, which is generally like a bigger white guy who's kind of cowardly and is willing to take shortcuts to win.
Aw.
Like type of heel.
Kinda. Not always necessarily. Like, the Japanese audience do still like them from time to time, but they're like slick. They're outlaws. They're
Cowboys.
a lot of them were cowboys. There was like Stan Hansen, who was like 6'5" and blind as a fucking bat. So what he would do is, because he couldn't wrestle properly, he would just hit people really fucking hard because he could only see like vague outlines of them, which is just hilarious because he's now seen as one of the best gaijin wrestlers of all time. Even though his whole thing was just that he couldn't see, so he swung hard.
People like it. People love it. People pay to see it.
Yeah, but the one thing that happened was a few gaijin wrestlers were having a match, and in the back, like before the show, someone pulled them over and said, "Okay, you see in the front row there? See those guys in suits and sunglasses? Do not go near them. Do not wrestle near them. Do not cross the barricade." And everyone was immediately like, "Oh, those must be Yakuza." And the dumb fuckers
No.
Immediately as their match started, they completely forgot. Ended up doing like a barricade spot where one of them gets like thrown into the fence and fell over, like right next to the Yakuza, and one of them like stood up and tried to fight them. It was the funniest, like, dumb white boy moment I've ever heard of in wrestling.
Oh my god. I know they're all like concussed over and over, so I get it, but like, Jesus.
Yeah, like, come on.
Do not antagonize the organized crime that is funding your wrestling league.
I mean, I'm sure they got chewed out for it in the back, but hey ho. It's a fun story.
It is funny
to
though.
tell now. I don't remember who it was. It was probably someone really weird.
I mean, if you're a professional wrestler, you probably have a pretty different perspective on risk than most people.
Well, and again, concussed, so I can understand. Like, I forgore, your brain no worky.
According to WrestlingObserver.com, the Japanese wrestling promotion Noah allegedly had ties to the Yakuza. Gee, you fucking think?
Allegedly.
Allegedly. What are the allegations? Oh, you work in Japan and you have, like, a
Money.
visible media outlet? At this point, like, I think the Yakuza are just, like, media magnates more than anything. I don't even think the organized crime has much to do with it.
Yeah, sure, they move some cocaine, but like, who hasn't? Who among us?
Who's taking the cocaine? The people who work on TV shows.
Wild.
At this point, it's just like snacks for them.
Oil traders at my brother's bachelor party.
God, for sure. Yeah, you got it. You gotta fucking sprinkle the kibble. You know. Gotta make sure you're feeding your cash cow some grass, right? It's the same thing.
I'm so excited for this. This is my first time like actually like binding up an existing book as opposed to just binding up paper.
What were you saying? About?
I have now discovered that not only was this incident like some guys touring Japan, this was an ECW show. ECW was previously known as Eastern Championship Wrestling, partially because they imported a lot of Japanese talent who wanted to work in the US. They since changed their name to Extreme Championship Wrestling because they would do insane stuff. They once crucified a guy.
Oh, I think I've seen video of that.
Don't worry, he was fine.
Aww.
They did with like chains and stuff, right?
Yeah.
They didn't actually nail
however,
him to the.
Not only did they throw the guy over the barricade near the Yakuza, the guy in question did a dive onto the guy.
Oh yeah, that.
Jesus. Don't do that. Honestly, at this point, I feel like they're being mean to the fucking organized crime member because, like, he's definitely got stress. He's definitely.
Oh no, there was a crowd of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, at this point, I feel like they're being mean. That guy's got PTSD already. Now you're making it worse.
Yeah. I mean, there's no shortage of organized crime in American wrestling at this point.
Oh, yeah. No,
There are
there's... I mean...
There are stories of how a guy called Harley Race pulled a gun on Hulk Hogan. As well, he's shooting.
I was about to say... Fucking... non-actionable statement. Redacted. My lawyer told me not to say anything. I saw Hulk Hogan once in real life, and it was like right after the tapes of him saying the N-word had come out. So that was funny. He was at the fucking Phoenix airport at the same time as me. That's all it was. He had this, like, ring of security personnel around him, and he was walking around with this, like, dumbass swagger, like, waiting for people to recognize him, but everyone was, like, people did recognize him, but they all just kind of, like, looked at each other and were like, you know?
Oh dear, it's Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, it was kind of that kind of vibe.
Every single time you find something out about Hulk Hogan, you'll hate him even more.
I believe it. Please don't tell me more things about Hulk Hogan. I already have so much hate in my heart.
I'm doing my best not to.
Thank you. Oh. One of my favorite useless bits of, like, celebrity knowledge is that Gerard Way, frontman for My Chemical Romance, is married to Lynn Z, who is the bassist for Mindless Self-Indulgence.
Huh.
Yep. They have a kid named Bandit.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Bandit was in some of the Danger Days music videos. And if I remember, Sing was written specifically for them.
My least favorite part of bookbinding is when you're first starting out and you got all this extra thread.
It takes forever to pull it through.
Yeah. And because it's all double threaded, you also like gotta be careful to make sure it doesn't tangle.
Yep. I've been sewing for a long time, and that is always a struggle. I'm going to hang this on my wall where stream can see it once it is completed. But I do think this is going to take several sittings.
Hope you guys enjoy the relaxed art streams.
Yeah. Once I'm done with this color, I am going to take a break for my wrist's sake. And, so if anyone in chat has any preferences, go ahead and speak up now. It's not legally binding, but I am considering playing either Hades, fan favorite, classic, Peglin, which is a Peggle roguelike,
My favorite.
or Project Zomboid, which is a bit more contemplative. It's a zombie survival game, and it is there's a lot of nothing, and then sometimes there's some fast-paced action. It's very scary, and then there's like a lot of nothing. But like if you're playing the game right, you can definitely easily go like a good half hour without seeing a zombie.
It's honestly kind of like The Sims, but with zombies.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it's like taking care of your daily needs, making sure you exercise and get
You don't have to piss.
You don't have to piss.
Or if you're kind of a freak, you don't get to piss.
No.
Huh?
Huh?
What? There are freaks out there. They exist. It's okay.
I know. I'm aware of freaks.
I'm just, this is a very freak positive space. I'm not into it, but like, honestly, law of large numbers, I'm sure someone watching either right now or on the VODs is, and like, you're allowed here. Don't be weird about it. You know, like don't get specific, but it's okay. It's okay. Be your own unapologetically weird self in the appropriate spaces to do so.
Yeah, we were just talking with our roommate, like, my standard for judgment is not, is this weird, but is it harmful?
Anyway, yeah, you don't have to, the player character in Project Zomboid does not pee.
What a weird tangent we went on.
You know what? I think we should do them more often. If I'm gonna be a streamer, I think we need to be a little less normal, right? That's our motto, isn't it? We were talking about that earlier in the stream while you were at the library.
Okay, you want me to be less normal? I can work on it.
I didn't say you. I said we. That's the whole ass group. Me specifically though, because it's my stream. I'm the important one. I'm the special one.
You're the birthday boy.
The only person who gets to upstage me is Bean, and that's only when she's on stream, and that's just because I couldn't stop her if I wanted to. I'm intrigued at the conversation of at the concept of a Peggle roguelike. Peggle roguelike, very cute. So that's like 3 votes, counting you, babe.
Yay! Peglin.
Yeah, we'll at least show everybody what it's like. I won't try to die right away, but if I do die, I won't be too upsetty spaghetti because we have a bunch of other games.
You've gotten pretty decent at it, I think.
Yeah, but sometimes the start just isn't good.
Yeah, I mean, roguelikes. What are you gonna do?
Swear to God, there was this one playthrough I was doing the other day where I just kept getting the same useless upgrades over and over, and then I lost to the wall.
The one that often ends my run is the Ballista.
Yep, that one's pretty rough too.
Because it just does a lot of burst damage.
Yeah, and if you're not set up for it,
or if you take it
those little guys can get in the way of you actually hitting the damn ballista.
Oh, yeah, you told the stream that you kind of realize that, like, roguelikes are your favorite genre?
Yeah, it's... So... I've been knowing that. However, I finally realized, like, I think the reason is because, like, as a symptom of my autism, I like to do the same thing over and over. And, like, that's what roguelikes are. I wish I could play Risky Rain.
But it's first person.
It's first person.
Well, the first one's not.
Yeah, but it's 2 that everyone, like, plays and enjoys and talks about.
I like the first one also. I played a lot of the first one with Chase. I still own it.
Okay, well, maybe one of these days.
Yeah, the first one's like a 2D side-scroller thing.
Is it a platformer?
More of a beat-em-up. There's like some light platforming.
Oh, okay.
needles are the secret to feeling like a badass when you sew.
That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. I barely understand how Risk of Rain 2 works. Dion allergic to coordination. I have an inner ear problem?
Yeah, so first-person games are bad for you.
Yeah, I know. I'm acting like Newt is being mean, even though they're not.
Oh, okay. Didn't realize that was Newt chatting.
God, in recent memory, there have been 2 people on Tumblr that have stepped up to me and said some like shit that I didn't ask for. And when I go like, hey, can you not, you know? They were like, I have anxiety. I'm filling Newt in on this. I think I talked about it with you earlier, Caveat, but like the concept of somebody on Tumblr like walking up to the Sealy Court official and like acting as if the person who runs Sealy Court official must be like neurotypical, or at the very least like does not also have some sort of like something in the standard gamut of like depression, anxiety, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Also,
like, hello?
also just so told they're like, oh, I can't change, I have anxiety. Like, I also have anxiety. Change my whole thing.
Also, like, I wasn't telling them to change having anxiety. I was telling them to change their habits, or else, like, their life would continue to be the same as it had always been. And then they want to reply with, like, I have anxiety, you're being really rude. And it's like, why are you... You commented on my post. And then when I commented back, you want to act like I'm bullying you. I just... Hello?
The great thing about transformation is that it's inevitable. We will all change.
Some of us will just change to be dead.
Yeah. I mean, presumably all of us will one day change to be a corpse.
Maybe you will. Okay, yeah, I'll be a corpse one day, but that doesn't mean I'm dead.
No. Magical girl transformation into corpse.
Corpse? Fuck off. That's funnier than I'm gonna be for the rest of the stream. We may as well pull the plug. You mean I have to work to get better? That sounds like work, Helio. Fuck. Hold on. I gotta do something real quick. Oh, did Twitch log me out? That's so funny. Firefox logged me out of everything the other day.
Oh.
So I think that Twitch is just one of those things.
Wait, then how are you streaming?
Because OBS didn't log me out.
Oh, I see.
Give me a second. My browser is going very slowly. Oh, shit. Gotta get my keyboard.
It's gonna be hard to type in your password and stuff without it.
Nobody listen to what I'm typing.
Man, I wish I'd been alive to be a phone freak.
Yeah.
Those guys are badass. Caveat, do you know about phone freaks?
No.
So basically, telephones, after they phased out human operators, before everything was digital signals, phones worked off of audio signals. So you know that, like, the dial tone of when you like type in a phone number and it gives you a slightly different note for each number?
Yeah.
That used to actually be what the machine was listening to in order to connect your call. which means that if you could imitate those sounds, you could basically hack the system just by whistling. Because it was all audio-based. So a phone freak was someone who was really good at doing this and could, like, do stuff like make international calls for free by whistling in the correct sequence of notes into a phone, or...
That kind of rules.
Yeah, it's so cool! And they could do all kind of, like, wild stuff, like... Some of them got in trouble for identity theft. Because they would take over someone else's phone account.
Where'd my phone run off to? Do you have it over there? Oh, here it is.
Yes. But now everything's digital, so you can't do that anymore. But there are still some phone freaks out there. And I've seen some videos of people interviewing them, and they'll like demonstrate their skills, and it's really impressive. Like, it's a perfect imitation of dial tone.
Oh, man, I wonder which fucking email I used to sign up for this.
Oh, also it's spelled phone freaks with freaks with a PH. Because the 90s was like that.
Oh, that's rad.
God, sorry chat, having to fucking deal with me trying to log back in. You know how it is.
Apparently some of them also use tone boxes, which are like, you know, little soundboards that can do the tones for you, but like, lame. I don't respect a phone freak who uses the blue box. Alright, they were also like... A lot of them also became computer hackers, like some of the very early computer hackers. Which is interesting. So a lot of this, like, a lot of the hallmarks of especially 80s hacker culture, like big trench coats and stuff, sunglasses, they were first hallmarks of phone freak culture.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that reminds me, there's like... I've just discovered there's a power lifter who wears like Morpheus sunglasses.
Yes!
It's the funniest image I've seen.
Okay, if I change my password, it will invalidate my stream key. Okay. It was one of it just took me a while to guess the variation, but I have figured it out. Everybody calm down.
Woo! Stream save.
We're back.
Were we gone actually? Or...
No. Stream didn't drop. I just wasn't doing anything because I was trying to figure out my fucking password.
We could hear the whole time.
Yeah.
I should hang out with that librarian more. I mean, I'm planning to. I'm planning to go back.
I feel like somebody telling you they're a Satanist is flirting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Viewer rewards. There we go. Roles manager. How do we...
Yeah.
Okay, I figured it out. The thing that I wanted to do has been done now, and it will be noticed eventually.
Oh, that blue color is like the kind of teal color is really nice.
Yay. There are two teal colors. This one's the darker of the two. God, go through all that trouble just to do the one little thing. I don't care about dead air. I feel bad for the VOD viewers. I do be getting VOD watchers, though. Not a lot of people on the YouTube, but, you know, the YouTube is just Twitch VODs, so, like, generally the people who, like, know I exist just watch me on Twitch.
Maybe we should make some other stuff for the YouTube.
Yeah, you want to be my editor?
I wouldn't mind doing a little bit of editing.
Yeah. What do you... Well, okay, so the thing is, though, that I don't have a very big hard drive, so I can't save video to my computer.
Well, okay, we might have to do it all from my computer then.
Yeah.
That's fine. I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Or we'd have to figure out the problem with that hard drive, which I was talking about earlier. That, like, whenever I try to add an external hard drive, my computer tries to boot from it.
Ah.
Yeah. No bueno. Maybe we can try hooking it up, like hooking my drive up into your computer and then wiping it?
Yeah.
And maybe that'll fix the problem.
Oh, yeah, this black thread.
Caveat, has your event toggled yet? Oh, just a second. My audio went out. Give me a sec. Say something? Nope, can't hear you. Test, test?
Hello?
Yep, okay, we can hear you now. I thought you were being surprisingly quiet. Sorry about that. My Discord sometimes just does that. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, so did your event toggle?
No, the camp. I just turned back up to the campsite and it's not there. Here's the thing: is that the time that it did turn up, I went there and the guy was already dead.
Hate it when that happens.
I really hate it when that happens. We've all been there, though.
I'm really excited to try out this new shop. I hope it's not. I hope no one's dead when I get there.
This fucking. This makes me want to make a post about the time nymphs again. It's been a while since I had a Sealy Court official post about the time nymphs. I think it's time to add to that rich canon. Liaison lore. Liaison lore is that where she currently resides, it is possible to get time in liquid form. It forms, it comes out of springs, and there are nymphs that attend the springs that do not like it when you try to drink time. The liaison is not sure what time tastes like. She has not yet been able to taste it. Maybe she actually has, and because of the nature of time, either does not remember or it's technically not happened. I will neither confirm nor deny. She definitely doesn't think she knows what time tastes like. I love running a character blog, actually, and I love talking about her lore, and I love that this is my stream, so you all have to let me.
Cringe is dead.
I keep feeling like it's cringe, but, like, why are you all here?
I wanted some of your advice, darling.
Yes, love?
I've got a name I need to cover up in this front cover of this book.
Oh.
I've got paints here, so I could...
Oh, okay, you could paint. You could also glue down some of the good cardstock that we have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have any glue around?
We should have craft glue over, it would be with the various items it's somewhere in there. I'm sorry I can't be more specific.
Okay.
But, like, it's a clear jar, it's about this tall, it's, most of the label is clear, but it's got a little bit of purple.
Yeah.
And it's just labeled craft glue.
Alright, well.
Do a systematic approach and you'll be more likely to find it.
Okay. Let me check to make sure I didn't have any that I put in here for book binding supplies.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Nah, not seeing any, okay.
The only weird place I could think of it being would be in that, patterned knitting bag that I have. The one that's, like, got its cloth and it's, like, bright green. That would be the only thing it could be in that I can think of. But it's probably by the tape, at a guess. By the red bag to the left of the green knitting, the green yarn. I feel like the way I describe things is very, like, not neurotypical.
Here's the wood glue.
How are we feeling?
Not what we're looking for, but it could be useful.
But part of the reason for that is because I am not neurotypical, neither is May, and so I tend to describe she's got I love you, baby, and I'm not, like, making fun of you. I'm, like, teasing.
Yeah?
But she's got an Amelia Bedelia-ass way of thinking sometimes.
It's true.
And so, like, I swear, it like, honestly helps me practice for, like, wording things for the blog, because if there is a way to misinterpret something I say, sometimes she finds it, and sometimes it's, like, really wild. Like, to the point where, like, when I ask her after the fact, she's like, no, you're right, it doesn't make sense, but that's how I parsed it.
Like, you'll be like, why did you do that? I'll tell you why, and be like, why did you do that? I'm like, well, because I was thinking that way.
ASMR to neurodivergence looking for a small item. Fuck! You got me. You got me good on that one. I can't. Oh, that is what this fucking stream is, huh? That's my bit.
Okay, good news. I found the green yarn.
Okay, I think it's in the box to the left of it.
There's no box to the left of it.
Oh. Love, do you see how the organizer, like, against the wall is made of squares?
Oh, you mean like the square, okay.
Yeah, the square to the left of the yarn. I think it might be somewhere in that mess. It's not in the red bag, though. It should not be in there.
Okay. It wouldn't be in this jewelry box either. There's not a Yu-Gi-Oh box, because in the Yu-Gi-Oh box is Netrunner. I could just use the wood glue, probably.
Yeah, wood glue would probably work. You could also paint it. The thing is, if you painted it,
Yeah.
or at least if I painted it, I would want to make it like something pretty. You could just put down like white for now, though. I don't know that we have a solid white. Do we have a white acrylic?
I don't have one.
Okay.
We got the ceramic white is the only thing, but...
That is too expensive to be spending on that. That is like miniature paint. You don't use miniature paint on paper. It's fucked up. Now this thing that I'm doing, this isn't paper. This is canvas, and that's why it's okay to use miniature paint on it.
So what I think I'll do, I'll just find nice paper in here.
So here's a question. How do you say, caveat? How do you say, like, a small figurine?
That's a miniature.
Okay. Baby, how do you say it?
Miniature?
Yeah. Yeah, you take out the I.
Miniature.
Yeah, but you didn't say that.
No, miniature.
Yeah, you said miniature. And that's just a dialect thing. I'm not saying my way is, like, more correct.
I think my way's correct. It saves time and energy.
I mean, I do sometimes say aluminium, though. So, like...
that's correct. That's
yeah,
correct.
That is correct.
My standard is not consistent. Leave me alone.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think it's engineer brain because we both understand the like importance of having like standardized scientific. At least that's why I prefer to use it that way. It's not because I'm like a Tia-boo or something. It's just
it's a metal. It should have neon at the end.
Yeah. Well, in my case, it should have a scientific standard that it is called. You know. Like, at least within the English fucking language, you know? I don't want to be confused. I don't want somebody to think I'm asking for something when I'm asking for something else. And, like, I don't know. I grew up thinking that I might work for NASA someday, so I was very concerned about making sure that I was very clearly understood and was using the correct terminology for things.
I've got some friends who work for NASA.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, my fucking great-grandfather worked for Boeing for all of his life, so, like,
My ex's dad was an astronaut.
Oh, wild. Did he go up to the ISS, or...?
I think he was decommissioned before he got to go up, but he was nonetheless still, well, he was a space guy at the very least.
Yeah.
He was fully trained. I think he has a PhD.
I'm not gonna bemoan him. I never even had a fucking chance.
He was also gonna be drafted to the military.
Woof.
And he wrote an essay on the subject, basically stating that if they made him like a general as they were intending to, or at least like an officer, I don't remember the specifics, he would lose his mind and the experience would destroy him. And they were like, yeah, fair enough, go away.
Was this during, like, the Vietnam era?
I have no idea. They're European.
Oh, okay. That was going to be my follow-up question. Was like, or are they not American? Because like for me, it's just. I actually once wrote a letter to try and get, to try and convince a senator in DC. Like there was going to be a vote in DC. And it's like a really minor vote, but it was about where to send a decommissioned space shuttle. Either, Cape Canaveral or Houston. And, like, one of the points in my persuasive essay was, it's not Cape Canaveral we have a problem. And also Cape Canaveral already has a bunch of fucking, like, decommissioned shuttles of, like, similar makes, and we don't. Anyway, fucking, you'll never guess which fucking museum got it in the end.
Was it Canaveral?
Smithsonian, and then the fucking Canaveral. Houston gets no love on the NASA side of things. It's horse shit. Fucking the Texan jumped out. Sorry. Not really, but like, I'm so mad about that still. Tiabu Dion sounds terrifying. Oh my god, I have to find them and kill them. They would be so exhausting. I mean, Tiabu's just like period, but like, specifically one with like my temperament otherwise.
Oh, should I drop the deep lore?
What's the deep lore?
That I used to be a steampunk in high school.
That's cute though. You were in high school.
Yeah.
Cringe is dead.
I actually still wear the jacket that my mom made for me during that period because it's a good jacket.
Which jacket is that?
My greatcoat.
Oh. Well, it's not particularly steampunky. It's just cute.
Yeah.
It's not like it has, like, gears sewn on it or anything.
No, I mean, I hated that stuff. I hated
You hated useless gears.
Yeah.
How are you a steampunk then? I'm joking. Please don't kill me. Please don't bite me.
I do have a knife right now.
Yeah, don't use your hooky needle that you use to bind books on me, baby.
Well, since you asked nicely.
Oh my god, I fucking hate fucking Benedict Cumberbatch. I really do. Anyone who doesn't know, he said some fuck shit about autistic people. And he deserves to, like, not have a job over it, to be honest. But, like...
That's not how Hollywood works.
That's not how any of that shit works. He, like, basically...
Consequences? We don't know her.
Yeah, we don't know her. He's not even attractive.
That's so brave of you to say on this stream where most of your traffic comes from Tumblr.
He's not even kind of attractive. Like... He's ugly, even. His shitty attitude...
Controversial.
His shitty attitude shows in his, like, pallid, translucent skin stretched too thin over his dumbass little cheekbones. Like, he looks like when he was a kid, he had a nanny that would put 2 blocks of wood on the top and, like, on like, the top and bottom of his head, and then on either side of his head, like, alternately, in, like, a vise that had, like, a big screw and was, like, made out of pure iron in, like, the 1770s.
The Cumberbatching machine.
Truly. He looks like a lost Habsburg. I will give you that, like, his voice is very, like, deep and, like, superficially hot to listen to, but there's no, like, he's not a good actor, so he has
no charisma.
Yeah, he has no charisma.
And he doesn't do much acting. His characters are always the same.
Yeah. He just yells.
Like, when have you seen him not play Benedict Cumberbatch.
Always plays weird, intense, emotionless freaks.
Yeah, and he's not even good at it.
Why.
He is like if Quentin Tarantino was an actor.
Oh my god, you're so right.
Oh.
You see, the thing is, Quentin Tarantino actually has some charisma when he shows up in his own movies.
Like, Tarantino's at least an interesting guy. You know that Cumberbatch has, like, a phrenology chart in his bedroom.
Yeah. Yeah, oh my god, you're right. He hasn't really, like, matured since he was 13. He's been the same motherfucker. The thing is, because he's not even, like, a theater kid. He's, like, proto-theater kid. He's, like, the pre-teen to the theater kid. Because you can't really be a theater kid until you're in high school. You know? You're, like, a proto-theater kid. That's him. He's stuck there. I hate him.
I think the reason people think thought he was handsome is just because he looks different. He just looks different than every other actor.
He looks more like Mr. Cage, if you hear this, I don't mean this as an insult, okay? But he looks more like Nick Cage than, like, Henry Cavill. Cavill? Cavill. Yeah. And Cavill is kind of where it kind of, like, crosses into hot for me. When it comes to, like, normal dudes. Like, normal dudes.
Cavill is Welsh, I think. Welsh or Irish?
I don't know. I know he's certainly not American. Like, the last name.
I know he's not Scottish, because it's the other guy that's Scottish.
Who's the other guy?
The guy that plays Professor Dickhead from the X-Men.
Professor
yeah.
Dickhead. Sir, are we talking about
Sir Patrick Stewart?
Yeah.
No. Oh, no, the other guy. Patrick Stewart is not Scottish.
Ian McKellen?
Magneto,
Ian McKellen plays... Oh, no, the new movies.
Oh, the new movies! I don't know.
Young Mr. whatever.
Right.
Young
That guy's pretty
Professor
hot.
X. Yeah, he's grimy. He's grimy.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of that Kurt Russell charm.
A little
James
bit.
McAvoy, yeah.
He's a little grimy. I appreciate a boy being a little grimy. I like when their hair is a little... I like when their hair is a little greasy.
We like a little bit of grime on our boys.
Like a little bit of a grimy boy. Sorry about the ting 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 ting. I forgot.
Henry Cavill, British actor, that tells me nothing.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about the size of Texas compared to the size of, like, the United Kingdom. And, like, he ain't from Houston, he's from fucking Austin. That's a full 4 hours away.
He was born in Jersey.
Oh, one of the Channel Islands, right?
Jersey-born mother Marianne Dalgleish is of Scottish, English, and Irish heritage. His father was born in Chester. Okay, so he is just British.
He is just British. What part? All of it.
Yep.
Where from? Yeah.
He's from the Isles.
You know what? I actually don't look as bad, like, on camera without makeup as I thought. Like, I do still feel like I could use a little bit of, like, eye definition. Like, some shadow, but I'm not gonna put it on because I don't care enough. We got so many votes for Peggle, I gotta at least show you what it is.
Yes, Peglin.
Oh my god, it's been 3 hours. I should go reblog post.
Oh, I've been here for like 2 hours. Oh, before we go to Peglin, can I show off my new walking stick?
Sure, yeah, you can, if you get the behind me.
Get you behind me!
You can show it off on screen while I start setting up.
I can't hear caveat right now, just fair warning. This is my new walking stick. It's made of laurel root, which is no longer allowed to be harvested in Pennsylvania because it's endangered, but this is an old antique one. And it's just really pretty.
That's groovy.
It's really, like, twisty, which I like.
Helio says you look cute.
Oh, thanks. Alright, let's show and tell. Love antiquing. There are a lot of antique and thrift stores around here. My plan is to only get more weird.
Calling all mutuals. Get weird.
Is that a post you just saw?
No, that's just something I said.
Okay, well, can you make the post so I can reblog it? Please? I don't want to just steal your bit.
Fine.
I could just steal your bit.
You could just...
Leica does that all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
You know that this is not Leica, this is Seb. You know the chasm post?
Yeah.
That someone did fan art of? I was the one asking about the chasms.
Yeah.
We were playing
Dismantle.
We were playing Dismantle.
And what it was I was telling them about the time you fell into the chasms twice, and then they said that bit.
Yeah, I mean it is their bit. I will give them
It is their bit, but you did like your presence was necessary to precipitate it.
I'm the real person.
I made the post.
Chasm.
Okay, I will. God, I love when we just make posts live on stream.
Give everyone
I should have colored the text. Should have colored the text and get back to it.
Yeah, you can go edit it real quick. If I may choose, I would say blue.
Wow, you get really limited color options.
Oh, you can get into the HTML and choose, like, you can put in
No, the fuck I cannot.
Yes.
I'm on mobile.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Do not even attempt this. Like, stronger men than me have gone mad upon, they have dashed themselves upon those rocks. That is not a place that I would stand.
Oh yeah, speaking of fucking Henry Cavill, he's in line to do a Warhammer Amazon show, I think.
That doesn't surprise me.
Oh, I heard he's a big Warhammer nerd.
He's such a nerd. And like here's the thing is that simultaneously he is one of the only actors I would trust to play like a big character, and he's also the kind of like humble nerd who would not.
Yeah, like I think you could actually do like, so most characters in Warhammer are not great. Like, they don't typically have a lot of depth to them. But I think Cavill could bring that
you'd be
depth.
surprised.
Oh no, I know there are ones that are exceptions, but like,
the thing is like, in my head he's a dead ringer for Ferrus Manus.
Just a second, I think I need to turn down the video game audio.
Ferrus Manus' most notable feat is being decapitated.
And getting turned into a weird mechanical puppet mummy.
Not even, like, just being decapitated is the thing he's famous for. Even though his name is Ferrus Manus and his hands are made of iron.
It's great.
And
Naming
he has
is
a legion
terrible.
called the Iron Hands.
So, I don't know if y'all can tell, like, because of the camera's probably going to pick up the colors similarly no matter what. But I was doing this under, like, a pretty harsh, bright fluorescent, and it looked like a lot more yellow than it was. This looks a lot more, like, cool toned. I don't know how to describe it. It looks different under the incandescence, is what I'm trying to say.
Muted.
Yeah, but, like, it looks more like a warm, sort of southwestern Pueblo style, like, color palette. It reminds me of, like, Dene art, which, in case anyone doesn't know, is the endonym for Navajo. Like, they call themselves Dene, which means people in Dene.
Where did Navajo come from?
Settlers,
Okay.
I think.
Probably Spanish, then?
Possibly. I don't
based
know.
on the word structure.
That's like, what kind of region is that?
That is the
Southwest.
southwestern United States. Arizona, mainly these days.
Was part of the Spanish Empire for a long time.
Almost definitely Spanish.
Yeah, it could have also been like a Spanish version of, what do you call it? Sorry, Spanish version of like an exonym from another tribe nearby. That was a pretty common way that tribes got named. But I don't know. I don't know the history of the word Navajo.
Well, let me look at the etymology.
Well, yeah, but that's an exonym. I don't know.
It's a translation of a Pueblo word.
There you go.
Meaning farm fields in the valley.
There you have it. Oh, I killed that guy in one shot. Oh, yeah, so anyway, this game works... Oh, wait, I was gonna...
Oh!
Because I didn't take a relic, and... Because it selected this, and I didn't know what it was. So, yeah, I wanted to start over. Anyway, I've beaten the game on normal, and then, like, there's a new game plus. I'm on new game plus right now. I have to beat it on this difficulty to play the next difficulty.
I like roguelikes that do that.
An additional one of those, plus 1 orb discards. Very useful. Very useful. A lot of modern names or tribes are slurs. Yeah. Yeah, they're at least pejoratives. It's... Yeah. C'est la vie.
I'm glad, from what I can tell from a cursory research, it doesn't seem to be. But I could still be wrong.
One of the weirder, like, side effects of getting hit by a semi-truck, is that like around the wound, my hair was coming out in clumps, but it was like pure white.
Probably just because it's got some damage to the roots.
Like, I think I have... Okay, so this is going to be a little gross, and this conversation exemplifies why my friends always assign me flesh avatar, even though I'm also technically a web avatar, because we all are. You know? This is a joke, let me be very clear.
I'm assigning you nerd, actually.
Yeah, that's fair. Anyway... I have 2 theories, and I haven't looked them up to see why this happens. But you know, sometimes you just like get these like collagen strands that form in scabs.
Yeah.
Like, have you ever had like a really scraped up knee and it's like there's white hair coming off of it?
Yeah.
So
that's what that is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's collagen. I'm not a doctor. I did technically go to college to be a biomedical engineer. But I didn't graduate, so like, I dropped out. Let me be very clear. Other option is that it is literally my hair that was trapped under my skin for a while, and my body just kind of metabolized the like melanin and dye off of it.
I'm gonna call the color out of it.
I'm gonna split my bet like 65-35 on this. I'm pretty sure it's just the collagen strands or something.
Oh, speaking of it, should you start a poll? Do you want to start? Or can you do betting? What is it? Do you know how to set that up?
Yeah, I could do betting. Do you want to like bet to see if I'm gonna win the run?
Let's get a casino going.
Okay. Let me see. I have a stream manager. This is a poll. No, that's edit stream info. Raid channel, manage poll, clip that. Clear that. Add marker with description.
Do we give them any data to go off of? How many hours have you played with this? And you've won twice.
I have won twice. I have played. It says 9 hours, but I've definitely like left it up. You know what I mean?
That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good stats.
And I almost beat this difficulty once. I got like all the way to the final boss, and it was really close.
I was there for it. You did almost win.
So we were gonna do bet. Just a second. Rated channel, start a watch party, manage your chat.
This is such a complicated pachinko scheme.
Would it be under community? Start a prediction, yes. Okay. They're not called bets, they're called predictions.
Oh yeah, they can't call them bets or they get in trouble with the Bureau of Gambling and something else. I forget what they're...
Bureau of Gambling, or BOG. You may be visited by their agents, also known as BOG bodies. No, that's nothing.
You better pay off your gambling fees or we're gonna throw you in the swamp.
I'm gonna give this like a 10-minute betting period, because...
Yeah, let them see how you're doing a little bit.
Like, and, you know, let new people join in. Let me fix something real quick, because the background is currently sideways, because it had to be for the other one.
My advice to anyone who wants to do bookbinding is get pre-waxed thread. If your thread isn't waxed, you're gonna have a bad time. It takes forever to wax your own thread.
I like waxing thread, though.
Okay.
I have a chunk of beeswax that I use to wax thread when I'm doing embroidery, and it's like a nice meditative process. I like it.
Then my advice is either get waxed thread or be a freak like Dion.
Get you a freak like me. If
you wax your thread,
if
my
you
thread
made
for
me a Texas-shaped wooden grid cross stitch of a blue bonnet, would I? Yeah, I would like that. I would hang that up. I would put that on the wall.
Oh, we should put the cross... Oh, wait, no, the cross stitch you made for me is right there. Oh, do you want to show it off?
Yeah, sure.
Thinking of, cross stitches and beeswax.
Pinned. This is actually the first piece of embroidery I ever did.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I always forget that.
Like, most of my sewing up to that point had been, like, purely functional. But I learned how to do... This is fuzzy. I learned how to do, like a turkey stitch, is what it's called. Yeah, you can see, kind of three-dimensional. But yeah, see, this is lavender, and then these are supposed to be little forget-me-nots, and then these just little hexagons in a satin stitch, these little roses. This is a sampler, actually, so it's got a bunch of different types of stitches. It's hard to see the daisy on the camera, but yeah.
And that was also the first thing
that
you
was
made for
before we started dating.
Oh my god, you had it so bad for me.
I had it so bad.
For me. What level of gay are you? Where
Okay, but you didn't even notice.
I was very stressed at the time, to be fair.
Yeah, okay, sure. Sorry, I'm kind of rearranging my setup here. Y'all are just gonna have to deal with that. Yay! I didn't like that the camera was like looking down on me because I was sitting low. Now I'm sitting higher. I like to feel tall.
Make everyone think you're 6'3".
Oh, I should stream this to Caveat if I can.
Oh, you're already at your first mini boss, huh?
I've got the stream up on my phone.
Oh, okay. Well, handlebars alert.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I see.
Whoa! That was a really good shot. Went all the way around the handlebars.
Twice.
So do you want to explain the basic mechanics of the game?
Oh yeah, you gotta hit the little pegs to do the damage, and the different orbs do different, like, they have different effects. The stones don't have any effects, and they kind of suck.
If you look over at the left, it'll give you the stats for each one.
Yeah, so when they hit a regular peg, they do 2 damage each. If you get a crit,
Which one of the yellow
which you have to hit one of the yellow pegs to get a crit, it does 3 per doodaddy dealy bop. And then this little trash can is, I can discard like orbs if I want to skip them and use the orb behind it instead in combat, but like that's not particularly useful to me right now.
It's got some light deck building elements to it, with how you build your orb stack.
Yay. And I really like the shock orb that I'm using right now because whenever it hits, it zaps an additional nearby peg for every bounce. It can target any enemy. The critical hits attacking all enemies in a column doesn't really matter.
It can.
Much.
For like flying enemies, it's pretty good.
Okay, so this one does extra damage for each stone in the deck.
Well,
but
you want to do a stone run?
No, most of the time you want to get rid of stones. I have +1 orb discard. Reorbanizer is like very situational. Regular attack pierces 1 enemy.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
Some
orb pierces
AoE.
through first peg. And then I should heal, honestly. Making me choose. I'll upgrade this one because it'll let me zap another peg per bounce, which is pretty nice. I wish I upgraded the damage, but it is what it is. Okay, so this one's pretty good. If I can keep my deck relatively small, every reload grants +1/+1, which means every orb will do 1 more damage per peg hit.
Yeah, if you can keep yours very small. What's the next one?
2x damage if your health is below 25%. Not very, like,
kind of planning to fail, I feel like.
Apply blind 1 when damaging enemies with bombs. That's not particularly useful.
What does blind 1 do? It reduces damage by 1.
No, it gives them X. For X blind, they have X% chance to miss.
It only gives 1 blind per a bomb?
Yep.
That's not very good. They were like 5 blind. That'd be something.
All attacks have Echo 10, which is pretty good.
That's really good.
Whenever a crit is triggered, deal your orbs critical damage to all enemies.
You could do a crit build.
No, it only does the crit damage to enemies.
Whenever a crit is triggered, so every time
Yeah,
you hit
but
one of those...
Yeah, but the crit... Okay.
Well, I mean, Echo's pretty good, too.
We can try to go for a crit build.
And your crit damage does also scale with balance.
Balance, excuse you.
Oh, sorry, right, they're all puns.
No one's betting, by the way.
Oh, I'll get in here. I'll bet.
Increase max health.
Well, also, it's too early to bet.
Deal 20x reloads damage to all enemies when reloading. Yeah. I don't think I particularly want to pick a fight with a mini-boss. I already fought one. And it did okay, but not great. Oh man, I hate this map.
I'm gonna put 1,000 channel points on yes.
Okay. So somebody bet a little bit on no? Because you might get a really big payout. And right now, as it stands, like, you'll just lose your points and no one will get anything. If, Okay, so, yeah, I threw the stone away so I could get this one out because it does way more damage on a crit, and I can very easily hit a crit. So, like... And now I've got a couple of bombs lined up. So... I'm hungry.
What would you like, darling?
A snack.
Oh wait, did you ever turn down that roast from high to low?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
But that just means that the meat is definitely cooked.
I'll go turn down that. What did you say you wanted?
A snack? My pickle chips would be fine.
Okay. I'll grab you some chips.
So there's like
That last
chips
donut
that
still
are
up there,
pickle
probably half bad.
flavored.
Yes.
Are they like pickles that have been chipped?
They're pickle flavored potato chips. Crisps.
I generally prefer to say chisp. Because it annihilates all that.
It lets you know for sure that it doesn't fucking matter. Oh yeah, by the way, otherwise the post will have been a lie. I have to say, it's peglin time.
Time to peg.
I love when they were playing peglin and they said it's time to peg. That was a funny bit. Somebody just replugged the fucking post as if on cue. Oh my god. I saw a viewer count jump for a second. I'm like the least horny preservationist, I think, which is pretty wild. Yay!
You know...
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna dispute that, but no, yeah.
Definitely. 100%, not even a competition. Like, maybe me and Tara are both sitting on top of this pile, but like...
I mean, Tara did draw Carl from HR.
That's true. Like, I do get horny sometimes. It's not, like, impossible. It's been known to happen.
You're just reserved about it. Or, like, chill.
Yeah. Like, I don't... God. I don't not fuck, but, like... I just don't... I don't kiss and tell. Oh, yeah, what I was gonna say is that, the bombs, you have to hit them twice for them to go off, but they deal 50 damage to everything. So, I really like these.
Including you?
No. The red bombs will do damage to you. They don't show up for a second. I really like this one. So yeah, it upgrades the pegs that it hits. If I can thin this deck out and we can keep reloading, like, I'll basically just keep doing a shit ton of damage and it'll, like, keep building, which would be really nice. Does Caveat know you responded to my Oh, so, fun fact, Newt is gonna go get, their tubes tied tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
And when they told me this earlier today, I said, congratulations on the cream pies.
Uh-huh.
And they said, you're going to jail, don't say things just because they're true. But, like, I mean, why? I don't want more stones. I would rather take the damage.
I understand.
I'm not mega horny, I'm just right. Anyway, yeah, Newt wanted me to let you know that I said that, so now I have. The pact has been fulfilled.
Here are your
Extra gold. Oh, your aim is longer and displays an additional bounce. That's at least, like, useful. Let's see. Yeah, let's go question marks. Yeah, let's go question marks.
Question marks are fun.
Loud noises. Everybody turn down your volume, because I don't want to mute. Anyway, yeah, they're pickle-flavored chips, and I love them so much. And they're not too different from salt and vinegar chips, except they have a little bit of dill.
You know, now that you mention it, pickles are just salt and vinegar flavored.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that reminds me of the. This reminds me of the cheese question. Not question, but cheese conversation. One time, the best cheese I've ever had was it came in what I can only describe as a cylinder.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like wax coated. And it had caramelized onions through it. And it was really good. Because, like, it just cuts out the middleman of putting onions on your cheese.
I really like Wensleydale, actually. It's a really mild cheese. And it's kind of sweet and gritty. And it usually has fruit throughout. It's gritty because, like, you can feel the granules of sugar in it.
Oh.
It's made in Wensleydale.
Checks out.
No shit.
Yeah. But it's made just, like, by this one company.
Oh.
And they almost went under, and then Wallace and Gromit came out. Oh. And it single-handedly, like, saved Wensleydale cheese.
He's fucking outrageous.
That's awesome.
And that gave me that gave me a certain fondness for it. But also, just generally, it's a really good cheese to recommend to people who, like, are just starting out on, like, trying new cheeses. And it's also really popular with kids because it has fruit in it. Like, there's mixed berry Wensleydale, there's cherry Wensleydale, there's orange Wensleydale, and it has, like, little fruit chunks in it, like a fancy ice cream. And since it's like a dessert cheese, it's sweet. It's really nice. I actually, it's one of the few black cherry flavored things that I like.
I might need to get in on that.
You should at least try it.
You should mail some to me.
We can
like
just
cheesecake cheese?
Yeah, it's kind of cheesecakey. It's not super sweet. Let me be clear. It's not super dessert-y. And you put that shit on a cracker, you know what I mean? I like to put it on like, those really fancy, thin crackers with, like, the seeds in them.
In a couple minutes, I'll put that shit in a cracker.
Are those called water crackers?
Yeah, water crackers.
Yeah!
But, like, the really fancy ones. I'm not doing so hot.
Oh, is Minotaur gonna get ya?
Possibly.
I should not have invested all my channel points into this. Come on, Mama needs a new pair of shoes!
Oh, I got it.
Yay!
I do gotta spend my money on healing, though.
I gotta spend my money on shoes.
I just like this one. No, wait. I need to keep it. I need to keep it short.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to do that. All attacks have echo. When your deck is shuffled, each orb's damage and crit are randomly rolled between stat -3 and stat +3. That's fine, because I have 2 discards! And it's risky, and you love that.
I do love some risk-reward strategies.
And now I can get rid of a stone.
You only have one discard.
You have to pay for them, and you can only get one at a time, yeah. I have...
Hold on.
Do
we have a command for that?
Do we have
is that only in Mojave's stream?
a command for what?
Discord.
Oh, we do have one.
There we go. Only one Discord.
Only one Discord. There's no other Discords. We've canceled them all. I'm sorry, the official webcomic Discord I admin.
I'm not sorry. They didn't make the cut. Aw, man. There it goes.
Now that I've...
Whenever I see the acronym, I always pronounce it in my head as limps.
Loops. Welcome to Loops. Home of all your favorite streamers.
I don't really think of it as anything. It's like, you know?
One of those unpronounceable words. Spoken in some
I'm actually doing less damage because I hit a crit now. This is very funny. I didn't look at it first. I was just thinking about hitting the bombs, which at least worked.
Buttons.
Bombs are pretty good. Big fan of bombs. Try to use them in your life today. Swarb. Swarb is one of my favorite orbs. It's not good.
Oh yeah, this is a tremendous bit I did to someone. I played Red Dead with them for the first time in like 2 years recently.
Mm-hmm.
And I hit them with the I hit them with. Did you hear that Steve Jobs died of phlegma? And they didn't respond. And then what I did was, now in Red Dead they have this thing called a dynamite arrow, which is an arrow that somebody stabbed a stick of dynamite onto.
As one does.
And what you can do, you can effectively use this as a mid-range silent gun that fires full sticks of dynamite with full-size explosions. So all they heard was as they were like, huh? Was just me going, lick my balls. And then their whole like wagon exploded.
Red Dead Online sounds fun when it doesn't sound boring. Which I guess is like most online games.
Yeah, here's the thing, is that it's fun to just be in.
Well, that's pretty good. That's a lot better than most online games.
Just walking around is pretty fun. The game is tuned in such a way that it's like responsive in an organic way. Like there's a thing I like in games where they make you feel like you're controlling your character rather than just pressing buttons and having stuff happen on a screen.
Like QWOP.
Yeah, QWOP is like weird in that regard.
It
might
that
die here at the
concept taken to
slime.
an extreme.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless a miracle happens here, I think I'm kind of fucked.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting my channel points back. Yeah, 182 damage is possible.
Not likely.
Well, not like that.
Not like that. How would you have done it?
I would hit more pegs.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll try that next time.
I would have not gotten eaten by the giant slime.
Fair enough.
Someone's making a lot of money. And by money, I mean channel points.
It was just me.
Yeah. And they matched you point for point. Going for another orb discard run. Fuck you.
I'm a hater this time.
Okay.
I wonder if I'll be done with this book by the end of stream.
Maybe.
I'm about halfway through, actually. And it goes quicker as you go. Both because you have less thread that you need to manipulate, and because you're more kind of in the rhythm.
These chips are so good. You turned on the stove, right? Or the crock pot?
I did turn down the crock pot.
Okay.
I also tasted some of the broth. Pretty good. Pretty good.
You checked that the meat was cooked, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It looked pretty cooked. I kind of just bopped at one of the pieces that was floating around. That looks cooked. I probably should have taken it out and more thoroughly inspected it, but
It's alright. It's definitely cooked by now,
yeah,
honestly.
it's been cooking for hours. What I really hope is that it's nice and tender.
My God, I'm gonna shoot myself.
Did you miss your event?
No, I'm doing a wagon delivery, and the horse is like walking a few steps and then backing up, rather than like moving normally.
Should have gone with a mule.
I'm going for damage this run.
Good plan.
They can't hurt me if I'm dead. If they're already dead, right? They also can't hurt me if I'm dead, but it is what it is.
The ultimate defense. Escape this mortal coil.
The ultimate, I'm taking my ball and leaving.
Notably used by JFK. And Taylor. A lot of the current Behind the Bastard series they're on talks about the Discordian Society.
Yeah.
Do you know about the Discordians at all?
Oh, did my Discord do the thing again?
Huh?
Okay. May was asking, do you know anything about the...
I was asking you too.
Oh, me?
Oh, I know a little bit.
I know like nothing.
They're a new age religious group that worships Eris and chaos in general. They're very tongue-in-cheek. Very much about kind of like sticking it to the man and doing this whole counterculture thing, but also a lot about like spreading misinformation.
Hey, they stole my bit.
That is like funny.
Oh, yeah, they're kind of the reason the Illuminati came back into popular consciousness, because basically they would print out a bunch of flyers, like, and create, like, fake Illuminati correspondence and stuff. But one of the most interesting things they did is the founder of the Discordians kind of claimed that he was involved in the JFK assassination.
That's so funny.
Here's the problem.
That's not funny.
He knew Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh
He
my God.
he was in the same military unit as Lee Harvey Oswald. He also wrote a book that was loosely based on Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, I don't think the government finds that very funny.
No, he was investigated for a long time. And a lot of people thought he was the second gunman. Because he
My horse keeps fucking falling off shit.
I just think it's so funny to be like, haha, I'm gonna make jokes about killing the president, and then the president gets killed, and guess what? People are taking your jokes very seriously.
Read the room, dude.
I also read one of the founders of the Discordians, Robert Shea. He wrote a trilogy about the Illuminati called the Illuminatus Trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a wild ride. I'm not sure if I'd recommend it, but it's got some scenes. It's got a lot of sex scenes in it, and I probably shouldn't have read it as a middle schooler. Oh, right, because Robert Shea, before he was a Discordian writer, he was a writer for Playboy.
As you do.
Oh, another Discordian thing is the idea of, Snord, which is this meaningless phrase that they'll just insert into stuff and not mention. And the whole idea is supposed to be like an obvious subliminal messaging, but with no point. And I think, in theory, it's supposed to get you to be able to recognize other subliminal messaging, but I'm not sure if that's how it works.
It makes you aware of subliminal messaging by just saying subliminal messaging, like, really loudly.
Yeah. The Discordians have a lot of interesting ideas,
I probably should have thrown
but
away
also they kind of were pioneers in creating an environment of mass misinformation, which,
Wouldn't
is
it
less
be really funny if we made up disinformation for fun? You know, I
Yeah.
do that on my blog.
Yeah, but what if major political parties started doing that as a major, campaign strategy?
I do spread mis and disinformation on my blog, but like I do occasionally let people know that I do that. I'm not doing very well on this map.
No, it's not a great Peglin day, huh? It's tough.
Mean to me.
It's not your fault. It's tough to be a Peglin. They fight a fierce existence.
Pagan ain't easy, you know?
Ain't that the truth?
Do a game I think you would like, darling.
What?
Have you heard of Rain World?
Yes.
Oh, I think you would like it.
What? Like I've seen the name.
You play as a little creature, the cat slug.
Okay.
Very cute. It's very open with how you interact with the environment. The main appeal, it's got like a fully realized and reactive ecosystem. Like, for example, they're like some more smart creatures that if you like keep being nice to them, they'll like start trading with you and stuff. Or like if you hunt a certain animal in the same way every time, the animal will learn that strategy.
Hmm.
And, like, everything interacts with everything else to some degree in each of the biomes. Oh, wait, you might not like it because also it actually has platforming elements. A lot of climbing and running and hiding.
Well, I'll at least give it a look. I'm pretty sure you own it on Steam?
I don't know. I should take a look.
I'm pretty sure I've seen it on Steam.
I think one of the people we're doing Steam family share with owns it. Which one? I don't know. That's a cool little indie game. A YouTube channel I follow recently did a video on it. Dion knows about it, but the YouTube channel Curious Archive does a lot of speculative evolution stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I like that they highlight, like, smaller creators a lot of the time.
Excuse me. Damn.
You know, a lot of, like, indie creators and stuff. Also,
You're so cute.
Oh, thanks.
I'm building damage. I'm not building for bombs.
You are here to kill.
I want to build damage. I just think it'd be fun. Ah! Strange mirror. Remove all orbs. Is this how you get the orb of Borbus?
Yes! You should do it! You should do it! It's really cool.
You stumble onto a strange mirror with shadows flickering in the reflection. You're drawn closer and closer until your nose is nearly touching the glass. The shadows are speaking a language you've never heard before, but you understand their offer. The offer to ease your burden you accept. You feel a slight sense of dread as your satchel empties and the world fades to black around you. You awaken sometime later with a mysterious Ouroboros as the sole content of your satchel.
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros. Oh.
Oh. That sucks. Remove one orb.
Okay, I need some way to heal.
You see, pretty decent.
Very decent.
And this is only level 1.
I know.
It gets better.
You talk like a witch sometimes.
I wonder why that is. Oh, one of the other books I'm very excited that's coming in the mail is a book on occult needlecraft.
Did you say meal?
Needle.
No, I want
sewing.
like an occult cookbook.
I actually... Oh, okay. So,
That's called herb lore?
I can actually link you to an occult cookbook. The shop I bought the occult needlecraft book from also has... It's not mainly occult. It's mostly a cookbook with some magical bits in it. But also, the original thing I wanted to get from the shop was a book about occult brewing. Like, all about, like, making beers and ciders and bread.
I don't need any more orbs. Why would I get more orbs? I could see maybe a healing orb.
Unfortunately, they sold out of that book, like, immediately, so I didn't get a chance to order it. I'll show send you a link to the shop that I bought the book from. Caveat. They're pretty well priced. Like, their books are only like $15.
Shoot it in the stream so that other people can have it too. As long as they wouldn't mind. I don't think they'd mind.
No,
It's an Etsy shop.
It's an Etsy shop.
Businessman voice. I hate publicity and I hate people knowing about my work. I think that nobody should ever buy anything from me.
You'd be surprised the types of discourse I've seen on the internet.
They also have an oracle deck that's an Ogham.
Aw, cute.
The Celtic writing system. One of the Celtic writing systems. I believe there were others. We all can put in stream live blogging.
I'm about to fight a seal and or a sea lion.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, it's the mole. That's
It's
right.
a mole and a tree. So I guess for the first part of this fight, you're kind of just building up echo damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, you're actually chopped down the tree, I think. I don't think I've ever done that.
What, like it's hard? I also hadn't ever. I'm just being a little shit because of your earlier "it's just not a good Peglin day" comment.
All you do was you had to embrace your inner Gnostic Peglin. Escape the bounds of Leviathan. Harness the Eternal Serpent.
Oh, I'll harness an eternal serpent, alright.
Orblation isn't bad if you want, but why do you need another orb? You have the best orb. What do we got here? Huh.
I have an extra refresh, so getting rid of one to make it so that I can build up echo even faster. Let's see.
What does Morbid do? Is that where it goes
You
back
can
to the top?
activate empty pegs.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I guess I'm gonna go towards the shops, at least depending on how much gold I get out of this fight. It is what it is. We're chugging a little. Do not adjust your sets. That's at least partially on my end. There we go. You okay over there?
Hold on. It's happening.
Everybody shut the fuck up, it's happening.
Yes, yes, yes. This person is getting murdered. At just the right time.
I just mistimed that. I think it's my new medication. I'm gonna blame it on my new medication. Oh, it knows. It knows I'm. It knows I can be choosy now.
Ooh, Inferno Orb isn't bad, but
no, I'll just heal. I'll just heal. Okay, so let's see. We don't get an extra chest if we go this way, so I think going this way and seeing if we can pick up some good relics would be nice.
Yeah.
It has been completed.
Nice.
I have.
The deed is done.
Cowboys. Oh.
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 Wait, did you say you assaulted cowboys?
I killed them.
No! My cowboys! What were they doing?
I mean, they were trying to kill a pair of other cowboys.
Oh, okay, well. What can you do? What did you get?
It axe me anything. Deal full damage to enemies with resistances. That way those shields aren't a problem for me again. And then I don't need any more orbs. I'm fine. So, guess I'm out of here.
They really just need more relics.
Yep. I can't afford another relic, unfortunately. I was 1 gold shy, but like, what can you do?
Like, maybe you've got a very interesting orb that could really, like, complement other orbs. Like, maybe, like, the Echo one could work well.
Mm-hmm.
I think this middle map is my favorite of the 3 zones.
I could also really go for, like, durable. I think
what you need is the Warhammer that lets you where all your damage
also,
just overflow.
Also, a Swole Torb wouldn't be bad. I'd just want one that was already, like, pretty upgraded. Or at least I'd want to be able to afford to upgrade it right away.
Yeah. You could also use something with maybe area damage. You're really good at killing one person a turn.
Yeah, that's fair. I can't believe I'm still wearing socks. What the hell?
Why am I still wearing socks? What the hell?
What's wrong with you?
I know.
Thinking about pickle chips. Have you ever had fried pickles, caveat?
No, I don't really do pickles.
Ah.
They're not so much a thing around here. And I don't like them anyway.
Yeah, fair enough.
I love fried pickles. Although I will say the first time I ever had fried pickles, they gave me fried pickle spears.
That's weird.
No, but they're so good compared to fried pickle chips.
Well, those are pretty much fried pickle chips, huh? Chips in the French fry sense. Because they're spears, they're like little...
Oh, like steak fries.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know, it's... So first of all, the place used really good, like, fresh pickles.
Ooh.
Like, they tasted a lot like Clausen. Clausen is a brand of pickles where it's, always refrigerated. It tastes better than the stuff that's, like, shelf stable. It's a lot more crisp, and it tastes more like, you know, a fucking, like, a pickled cucumber, as opposed to, like, Vlasic. Ugh. I'm choosy about snacks. It came in handy when I was a cheesemonger, I gotta say.
You have a refined palate.
I don't know. I've been accused of being like a super taster, but I think I'm just autistic.
Yeah, it's like that.
He's good.
Swoltorb's pretty alright. That would do nothing for me. Extra bouncy. Eh. Yeah.
They're all pretty medium.
I like this Soul Torb, especially since, so with Morbid, it'll let me hit the empty pegs.
Yeah, okay. No, you're right. With everything being morbid, it could be quite good.
Okay.
What's in the question mark?
An Inferno. Oh, I don't want those. You can get fireballs, but I don't want them.
You don't need your stinking fireballs.
I don't need you clogging up my perfectly good little orb wallet over here.
Get your stinky hot balls out of here.
Oh yeah, it does upgrade the empty pegs too. Yes.
Nice. It's all coming together.
I knew this was a good idea.
Oh wow, this is going crazy.
You tried to talk me out of it. Ooh.
Magic mirror annihilated.
My brain just like concocted a whole bit where like I built off of that to make like a shitty Disney characters like Squid Game, but then I realized that like this is just Shrek. Like Shrek just did it better already.
Yeah, and Disney's still making is it? Once Upon a Time. What's the what?
It is
a bunch of them.
So Disney's not making Once Upon a Time. Sorry, I nearly 3,000 damage there.
Wow. Holy shit. This plant got fucking annihilated.
I need a relic that gives me like piercing damage. I don't ask for much.
Gotta get that warhammer.
Oof.
I think like even just like as you are, if you make it to a final boss, you'll be fine.
I gotta get there.
Oh wait, I messed up. I gotta do the last signature. You gotta do the last signature slightly differently.
Excuse me.
Okay, I believe I will be absconding for a time.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Yes.
Okay,
Goodbye.
bye-bye.
Don't die.
Okay, so there's... This one destroys any peg it hits and attacks all enemies. Volatile.
I don't think you want that.
Yeah.
Wait, is that memory orb?
Yeah, that was the other one. Deals an additional damage for each peg hit, can target any enemy. Can only be used once per battle. So that's good for bosses.
Yeah, and also
or if there's one annoying motherfucker.
When you upgrade, it can be used more times.
Okay. Let's hope we get a good one.
I am definitely going to finish this book by the end of stream. Probably before the end of stream.
Deal damage times reloads. Heal 1 while successfully navigating after battle. That is at least something. I do need healing.
Yeah.
Like, I need healing. I can't turn up my nose
Oh, you're
at
not
it.
going to go to the chest?
No, I'm not.
Why is that?
Because
I see.
Switch back.
Switch back.
Yep. No.
Why only -2 HP?
But I never win them.
One hit her flip wouldn't hurt. You're at 79.
He's a Howie ass motherfucker.
Ooh,
He's just a
yeah,
scammer.
Consider yourself a gambler?
It doesn't have 50-50 odds.
Okay.
I don't consider myself a gambler. detonate in one hit.
This is probably the candle. Short fuse.
Yeah. Ooh.
You have not been getting great relic selection.
No! Yeah. Okay, so let's go this way because it's one more question mark.
Yeah.
Ooh, I have an itch on my head.
I would offer to scratch it, but that would be bad.
You stumble into the kitchen and are quickly accosted by a peglin dressed up as a human chef. They've crudely attempted to hide their ears, and the humans seem to be buying it. What are you doing in here? You're gonna blow my cover! They squawk at you. Please, take this relic I found and get out of here. Okay. Whatever.
The relic you turned down earlier.
Right.
Free relic.
Why does that why it's like it chooses like a suite of relics and then it just keeps offering them to me over and over. It would be better if the Swoltorb went first, but I don't want to discard this for no reason.
Ooh. Got teleported forward.
As a rogue, he dashed.
Last feature's a little technical.
Haha, nice. Just hopped right on out of there.
I mean, you're gonna kill this guy.
Well, yeah, but I want to get the bomb. Maybe next time I should, you know what, next time I should just skip the Orborbus if, the Swoltorb's up next.
Probably.
Oh, I am bleeding. Pretty,
Oh,
yeah.
do you have some bandages out here?
I don't have a bandage, but I do have a paper towel.
I just wanted an alcohol swab somewhere, but I'm not seeing it.
I have the Bactine.
Okay.
So that's not really the issue. Oh, but a bandage would be nice because it is.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Bean.
Hey.
As if to herald your approach, I just started bleeding from my leg.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. It's okay though. I have the Bactine. It's all right. I'm mostly just upset that there's a little bit of blood on the pillowcase, on the pillow that I'm sitting on. But we have other pillowcases. It's not an issue. I'm not streaming to Discord, but the internet is being really chunky, so.
Nodding. Would you like me to just go downstairs?
It'd probably be better for the internet.
Yeah, get on camera too.
Yeah, if you want to come down
to.
here. I should probably go ahead and hop out of COCOM, honestly.
Yeah, if you're not going to be good enough for it.
And then I'll disconnect you for you.
Gravity, my hands are a little occupied.
Let's get another one of these. And then upgrade it. Oh, I forgot I had that thing that makes me heal. I should have remembered that. Hey, Beanie.
Hey! Welcome to the basement. We're having a good time playing Peglin.
Minus 50 max HP plus a special relic. Didn't we do that earlier? I forgot what it was. I don't care. Steal 1 health from the enemy for every 5 hit.
That's really good, because also you can select an enemy further back in the line, and it lets you deal damage to 2 people at once.
Whoa.
There's a cat looking at you like she loves you.
Oh, they love you so much.
We do love you so much.
Okay, so let's steal health from the ballista. Just stay targeted on the ballista.
It's funny, while I was asleep, because that's what I was before this, Riley meandered into my room and fell asleep immediately next to me and would not move.
Cute.
For context stream, Riley is the other cat. There's 3 of them.
We have so many cats in this house. I know what I said.
Do you think this game is Yuri?
Yeah. The orbs are all girls, and they fuck when they're in your satchel when you're not looking.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm constantly trying to learn more about Yuri, so I'm glad we could have this discussion.
So yeah, I know. You gotta understand the culture.
Yeah.
Oh, can I turn camera to y'all? Like all y'all look so cute over there together.
I mean, sure, I don't mind. Just because your cats are hard-eyeing me.
Both the cats and Bean. Oh. Nope.
I'm pretty sure the stew's all done, by the way.
Oh, that's lovely.
I tasted some of the broth. The broth's really good.
I'll eat when I'm more awake.
Makes sense. Also, the library is very nice.
That's also not surprising.
The librarian's a Satanist.
That's an interesting piece of information.
That's a little bit more surprising.
It's a little bit more surprising. Not very in the grand scheme of things, because I remember her complaining about how annoying it was people kept putting the books she liked away and hiding them.
Just a second. Newt said to show again because their quality was down.
Oh my god. I'm getting shown.
She look at you.
In public, no.
You look at her. There's another cat taking a bath.
Which is ideal. Your cats really do love me more than most cats do.
They're very chill. And, you know, like when we're comfortable, they're comfortable.
Mm. Generally, animals have this kind of palpable sense of distaste for, like, my being there.
Oh, come on. So close to hitting the refresh. The heal is working pretty well.
Yeah. You're doing numbers there.
This is fun because I'm just as enough where it's really hard to actually make out the screen. So I'm just kind of trying to, like, Picasso painting it together.
You know, it's more about what you get from the art than what it actually means, per se.
Nice.
Nice!
do have 2 discards.
Yeah, but I don't know. It doesn't seem, none of this stuff seems great.
Overflow? I thought you wanted me to get the Warp Hammer.
I wanted there's a relic that basically gives that to all your orbs.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll just upgrade my Swolf Orb. No, I want gold. No, I don't want red bombs. All attacks get +2/+2, but you have -1 orb discards.
You have 2 discards? With a small number.
Every 3 hit provides explosive force. It keeps it in the air a lot longer.
That could be good.
And especially with Morbid.
So this is like a roguelike?
Yeah, it's a roguelike Peggle game. It's called Peglin because you're a little Peggle goblin.
That makes sense. That's why it's Yuri.
Yeah.
It's like the inherent like feminine romance of doing the same task over and over. You know, like how like lesbians in the 1800s used to like wash their clothes together. You know, it's the same thing over and over. So roguelikes are an inherently Yuri genre.
So is every roguelike Yuri?
Yeah, well, like roguelike the genre is like a Yuri subgenre.
Got it. Okay.
So right now I have an item that makes it so that when the orbs pass through an empty peg, it still counts as hitting a peg.
Based.
And these ones with the little arrows on them upgrade all of the pegs they hit, and it counts when it's passing through an empty peg. So from then on, every time something hits that peg, even if it's empty, it does that much more damage.
Base.
Yeah. And then I have the Orb Boris, which lets you use it like 6 times in a row without actually discarding, and it builds on its own damage.
Got it.
Zagreus confirmed he/him lesbian? Yes.
Yeah.
That was from, like, that's word of God. Supergiant said that. Supergiant himself came to me in a dream.
Your cat, in an ultimate level of cute, is sleeping facing me.
Yeah,
Aw,
she's right
they
there
like
like
to
a
do
little
that.
croissant.
Do you think all goblins have orbs? Or just some of them?
I mean, some of them get them removed.
Alright.
You still chuckling at your own joke?
Newt said Mr. Supergiant, which, yeah, is my own joke. It doesn't really matter too much. Let's see, once we get down here, we're probably gonna want to go that way. I'd rather fight something than question mark. Like, I like the way my deck is set up. I don't want it to, like, get rid of an orb randomly or something.
Yeah, that would probably suck pretty profoundly.
But sometimes you can run into mini bosses like that anyway. Maybe I'll go to the mini boss. I think you get a relic for it anyway.
Yeah, each mini boss gives you a relic.
So, and what I need is relics. Oh, look at all those nice, those upgrades. Pretty spread across the board. Nice. I don't think I need another one of these, honestly. I think the amount that I have is a good amount. Downgrades each Thingamajigget hits. but deals overflow damage. What do you think?
Risky. The -2 damage could be but your stuff does so much damage by base actually, so like.
But yeah, should I just not like dilute the pool?
Yeah, I mean you could get the other Swalt Orb would be the other thing, but
I already have 2 that are level
you already
3.
have 2, then yeah.
Yay.
Learned something based.
Nice.
What did you learn?
Remember the GoFundMe that was made for me by family members?
Yeah.
It should be getting sent to me over the next couple days.
Oh, good.
Nice.
The extra stuff that wasn't going to like hospital bills, which is objectively very based. Maybe I'll get lucky and it'll be like just the perfect amount of money to like obtain a crippling porn addiction or some other.
Get really into gotcha games.
Get really into gotcha games.
That'd be like the best use of this money.
I agree. I mean, the only purpose of money is to obtain more gotcha. So, jot that down.
You're so wise.
I know, I get told that regularly.
This is like a giant goblin guy. Why is he so mean to me?
Racism.
Because you're manlet.
More manlet phobia, huh?
Yeah.
I really thought I could escape it in the world of video games.
And that phobia is stronger in the world of video games.
It's fucked up.
But also gives you the fantasy of being able to beat up everyone who calls you a manlet.
Oh, that's not a fantasy. I can do that. Like, it is only by like my grace that all of you are still alive. But keep it up. That might change.
Note to self: call Dion a manlet more.
Short king. The preferred term is short king. I'm gonna take this one because it's fun. The Matryoshka.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever you heal lost health, deal 3 times the recovered health as damage. So I heal by dealing damage, and then I deal more damage by healing.
Base.
Pretty up there.
Seems like a combo.
Yep. Then nothing else even kind of appeals.
Probably even need to do the full cover treatment for this book. It's kind of small. Those look nice, though.
Yeah, plus, it's practice.
Yeah.
Look at all of these orbs you're hitting.
Yay.
You just fucking demolished them.
Yeah, that wasn't even with my good orb.
That wasn't even 1/10 my real power.
This is it! My final victory!
I really hope this isn't my final victory. I want to win a couple more, actually. Extra bouncy, that's cool. Get another memo about there? Nah, let's just keep going.
Good upgrade when you're. Wait, no, do you not? Are all
Nope.
your orbs
Yep.
fully upgraded? Yep.
Let's heal. Let's be safe and heal.
Yeah, you're on the final board.
Oh, this will be fun.
Shai Halud.
I don't normally play a lot of early access games, but this is definitely one of my exceptions.
I mean, yeah, it's early access. What more do you want?
Get
Like,
everything you want.
it is what it is. And I like what it is. And it's fun to watch. Although, I will say, if y'all want to, like, Insane Aquarium is, like, weirdly absorbing.
This game reminds me of, I don't even know what, but it's certainly interesting.
Yeah, it's 1600 damage. The enemy only has 300 health. Just feels a little like I don't even need to hit anything, and like it. Yeah, it was gonna do 800 damage flat. Like I can aim to miss and still get him. No, let's keep going. Okay, I want to go this way, but like whether or not I can actually make that kind of. Yeah. Kind of just up to the
Will of the pegs.
The will of the pegs.
Will's getting pegged?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, haven't you read the Hannibal fanfics?
Okay, let's see. Out of these, I want to try to go right now. You having fun?
Mm.
Okay. You just look pretty absorbed. I'm just teasing a little.
There's so many patterns.
Yeah. That's true.
Lot of visual stimulus with this game.
It's also why I came down here directly, because like I knew you could stream on Discord, and I knew I was sleepy, so it's like I've gotta be there.
Gotta be there to support your friends.
Yeah, I've gotta just go downstairs.
It's just that all the existing orbs are worse than your current orbs.
I mean, like, it is what it is. Okay, so now the new highest I've ever got a single peg value up is 27. At least that I've noticed. Kind of melting them a little bit.
Just a little.
Just lightly.
Another crit. Every reload grants extra damage. Start each battle with extra damage. Increase your max health. Yeah, I'm good. That was a pretty good shop visit.
You think you're gonna beat the boss?
I think so. I hope so. That was a really lucky draw. It started with my 2 upgrading orbs at the top. Would have been better if I hit more things with them, but hey.
I don't think I'm gonna finish this book right now, actually. Because I just realized this is volume 1 of a 2-volume thing.
Ah!
So I'm gonna probably bind up the other volume in with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll need to unbind this last part, but that's fine.
Yep. It's only a couple of, like, stitches that you gotta undo.
Well, I gotta go back through all the last signature, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
And there was a minor problem in the signature before it, so I might fix that one also.
May as well.
Yeah. Before I do that, do you want to show off how it looks, though?
Oh my gosh, that's a book.
I can't show the inside because it's copyrighted.
I think you could flash to the camera, it'd be fine.
Nope.
You can flash lots of things with the camera and it'll be fine. It doesn't mean you should.
Bunch of horn dogs on the stream.
Bunch of fucking harlots.
Winches.
Harlots and ne'er-do-wellers.
Women of dubious virtue.
Please call me
Where?
in college. She's on the run.
She's on the loose. Oh, it is time for their wet food.
The other one's resting well.
Yeah, I feel like to do that.
After this run, I am definitely done with stream though, because I'm tie. And it has
Yeah.
been 4.5 hours.
Take a stream.
Yeah. Newt just said, cheese really is just solid milk. Damn. Oh, also earlier Newt let me know that they're getting their tubes tied tomorrow,
Oh, base.
right? And I was like, congrats on the cream pies. And they were like, what the fuck, you can't say that. And I was like, I mean, congrats, though.
Twinkies make some great products. I don't really understand the difficulty.
Yeah, like, you got something against Hostess? What? Are they owned by Nestle? Is that it?
Are they on Nestle?
Fucking everyone's owned by Nestle. This is a funky lad.
I love him. He reminds me of Reed. My character, not our friend.
Yeah, our friend Reed.
Famous on Twitch. Our friend Reed. Everyone knows.
Well, I mean, as opposed to my OC.
That's a fair point.
A refresh orb would kind of be okay, but, like, I just want to do damage. No. Immediately deal 1 damage to the targeted enemy for every 2 activated. That's pretty alright. Increases max health by 25.
Yeah.
No, I like having a lot of health, actually, is the thing. Because I had... Remember? I
Yeah, you know...
reduced my health.
You never know when you're gonna need the health.
And last time you did get to the boss and died because you... and 50 more health would have saved you.
Yep.
But I also heard it's bad to play to the, weaknesses of your previous runs.
Whoever said that probably was... No, I'm kidding.
I think this is my favorite final boss. The Elder Peglin.
Is that who he is?
Yeah, you're overthrowing the corrupt leader of your people.
Just like every night.
As goblins are off to do. That's unfortunate.
It is what it is. Like, that just tends to happen when there's big holes like that.
I'm sure you're gonna get a combo on the side eventually, though.
Yeah, yeah. Just a second. My foot's asleep.
Should I just cut this thread and... instead of trying to go backwards through it? I think it's gonna save me a lot of time if I just cut this thread.
Probably.
I don't know, I just work here. It's your
Uncutting
thing,
is
I don't know how to do it.
yes. I know with clothes at least. I don't know what it's like with books, but
It would be very...
I'm worried you might trim it a little too short. That's my one thing. I think I have a peg that's upgraded to like 80 something.
normal behavior.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
It's right here. Oh, it's 30, okay.
That's marginally more normal.
I'm just glad that while I can't hit him necessarily... Well, okay. Didn't realize how many bombs I hit. Yeah, no, I fucked him up. I fucked him up good.
That was a pretty quick boss fight.
Your cats are being so normal about me.
I unlocked a relic, which is an apple and a chicken.
Wall chicken.
He came in kind of scaring me with like a...
Cool.
puckered mouth face right at the end of stream there.
Puckered mouth.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. They used my Nazars and made one. They have a little chaos symbol. Sorry, it. Let's go ahead and throw y'all over to Oh Hey It's Kara.
Oh. She's streaming right now. Cool.
She's often streaming. She's a really funny trans lady that is a friend of the stream. If y'all don't follow her, you should. She has a podcast called Film Reroll.
Yeah, film reroll.
Where they like play through movies in like a tabletop setting. It's GURPS, right?
Yeah, they use GURPS.
And it's very funny. I think Jafar and Aladdin like eloped or something. It's very funny. Bye.
Jafar and Aladdin